Dear participants, good morning. Please take your seats as we are about to begin in the first session of the day. Welcome to the 16th World Conference on Bioethics, Medical Ethics, and Health Law. This conference is an organization of the International Chair in Bioethics and of the Federal Council of Medicine of Brazil under the auspices of the World Medical Association. The first session of the day is titled Technological Challenge for the 21st Century, Part 1. We now invite Dr. Moti Beniaker to the stage, who will be chairing this session. We have 4 esteemed speakers for this session. Please join me in welcoming each of them to the stage. Nita Farahani, who will present on defending your right to think freely in the age of neurotechnology. Dr. Farahani is joining us remotely via Zoom. Angus Clark, who will discuss whole genome sequencing as part of the newborn screening. Dr. Clark could not attend the event in person, but he has kindly sent us a video. Miguel Jorge, who will talk about new trends in the ethics of research on human beings. Mark Taylor, who will present on the regulation of health information and genetic data. Dr. Taylor is joining us remotely via Zoom. We now hand over to Dr. Moti Beniaker to coordinate the session.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that I am not from Brussels, and this is not my title there, yes? I am from Argentina and part of the ICB board. Now we will have a very, very interesting meeting. We will give the opportunity of the members to give us their own ideas. A lot of the members will be on the screen, and I have the pleasure to be together with a very long friend, Miguel Jorge, that is here present. Let us start with August Clark. Please, August, it's here. August, it's from United Kingdom, from Cardiff University. Welcome in this meeting. Good morning. Hello. For us.
My name is Angus Clark, and I'm very pleased to be able to give this talk. I wish I was in Brazil with you all, but that's not possible. I'll now share my screen. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about whole genome sequencing as part of the newborn screening program. So thank you for the invitation. I have been to Brazil. I was there in Porto Alegre in 2012 and was welcomed so courteously and really enjoyed it. I'd love to be with you. Even though I'm absent, I still hope I can contribute something. These are some of the photographs I took while in Porto Alegre or just around. Some sites I had not expected to see away from the Himalayas turned out to be there in Brazil, but there we are. So I think in summary, I'm going to say that whole genome sequencing would be a great addition to newborn screening, but only if a number of conditions can be met. So particularly if we were confident that we could always interpret genome variants. If health services had spare capacity, because as I'll say, I think that this will increase the amount of work on health services. If access to healthcare was equitable, and if we had consensus as to what results should be released and when and to whom. And of course, these conditions do not apply anywhere as far as I am aware. So whole genome sequencing in newborn screening would allow us to diagnose many more conditions at an early stage, and treatment of some early onset conditions may be more effective. Not only that, but also some conditions may be actionable in other ways than just effective treatment for the newborn infant, especially if there's going to be long-term storage of the whole genome sequencing results. So you can imagine information being useful for pharmacogenetics to guide prescription for any condition that arises later in life, get information about risks of later onset disease, information of value for reproduction of the child tested when older, or of other family members now, and also the health of other family members, and perhaps lifestyle guidance, but I mean, that's much less convincing. So these are what are held up as good reasons for doing newborn screening. And certainly one can say that genomics in general gives faster, cheaper, and more accurate diagnostics for many conditions, not all. It does bring on a flourishing biotech and pharma industry. And I suppose the hope is that anticipatory care and preventive care would be enabled. And this is genomics in general, not only newborn screening. However, I think there's a major problem with a tendency to overpromise, a tendency to hype. And for some reason, always the benefits are just around the corner. They never quite arrive. They're always at the end of the rainbow, and we never quite reach that point. So before going any further, I should just say that whole genome sequencing, as used in diagnosis, not in screening, gives 5 main types of result. So you might get a clear explanation or diagnosis. You might find nothing of relevance to the reason why the test has been done. So not of any relevance to the problems, the condition affecting the patient. You might find a variant of uncertain significance, but in a plausibly relevant gene. So in a gene in which other changes are known to cause at least some aspects of the phenotype affecting the patient. And interpretation may become clearer after extended family studies, after data sharing internationally, and after reanalysis or reinterpretation in a few years' time. A 4th type of result are incidental findings, which are findings about completely different genes or different issues that crop up without being deliberately sought. And that can happen. And additional sought findings, sometimes known as opportunistic genomic screening or secondary findings, where the laboratory actively looks for other conditions unrelated to the indication for testing, or the main indication for testing, but to see if there's any extra information of health-related value that could emerge. And different countries adopt different policies towards that, but I'm not really aware of anywhere that's doing it in a very thoroughgoing, systematic way. Although I expect that there'll be some North American labs that do comply with the American College of Medical Genetics and Genomics policy on this, but certainly in Europe, that would be most unusual. Okay. So that's one thing to give you an idea as to the types of result that might emerge from testing. And then I think at this point, I need to make a point about distinguishing diagnostic testing from screening and prediction, other types of testing. So when you're looking for a diagnosis, you're wanting to find the genetic change that explains the disease, the condition in a patient. With predictive testing, you know that there is a diagnosis in a person's family, and you're testing them to see if they carry the particular gene variant that causes that in other family members. And there's also something called susceptibility testing, which applies in the context of complex disorders, or multifactorial or polygenic, where you have interactions between gene variants of small effect, the environment, lifestyle, history of exposures, and so on. And the ability of that sort of testing to deliver accurately is much more in doubt than predictive testing. Even with, well, if we then come on to prediction more generally, I want to distinguish between working from the phenotype to the genotype, so from the clinical effects you see to find out the gene that has maybe caused that. That's one direction of working, and it's a traditional one in genetics as a clinical science. And then the other direction of working is to go from the genotype, so from the genetic test results, and then try to predict from that the effects that that genotype is going to have on the patient. So you start off with an apparently healthy patient, you do this genetic testing, the whole genome sequencing, and then try to predict what will or may go wrong. And that is an altogether much more difficult, much more complicated task than finding the gene from the condition, which is much more straightforward, and we're much more familiar with that, much more confident in dealing with it. And when it comes to screening, we're talking about testing an entire population, maybe not the whole population, but maybe the entire population of pregnant women or newborn infants or 16 to 18-year-olds, some subgroup of the population. But you're just taking a large unselected group and applying the test to them. And I think what one then has to recognize that what we are hoping is that recognizing those who will develop the problems we predict does more good than the harm that is done by screening everyone, because you will make mistakes. You are going to drag some people, you're going to medicalize them and drag them into further investigations and maybe interventions, which aren't going to do them any good. And there'll be some people you identify as at increased risk who would never go on to develop any problems. But you're going to do stuff to them, which costs and also has an impact on them in ways that may not be good. So if I wanted to think hard about doubts about whole genome sequencing in newborn screening, there's first of all this very difficult task of going from genotype to predict the phenotype, so that any whole genome sequencing population screening is problematic. But in a newborn population, before people have had much time to develop problems, of course, it's much worse. And in effect, one sees whole genome sequencing sometimes as an answer for some patients to a diagnostic odyssey. So there have been children, particularly with serious neurodevelopmental disorders, say, where whole genome sequencing has come along and enabled a single gene problem to be identified, and a diagnosis emerges in as many as half of the people with that category of disorder. So it isn't a magic wand, and it doesn't sort everything out, but it does answer questions in quite a number of people. Maybe a third would get an answer without the sequencing, the whole genome sequencing, or maybe 40% if you go to whole exome sequencing, and maybe whole genome sequencing increases that to somewhere near a half. But what is being replaced now, potentially, well, this is being replaced potentially by what I'm calling a phenotypic odyssey, which is finding something unusual in someone, genetically, in someone who appears healthy, and then the search begins to find out, okay, what effects are being caused? How often do we have to look for problems? Is there any intervention we can give before a problem emerges? So there's this monitoring that is going to be triggered by the finding of an unusual result in large numbers of people. They're going to be monitored, or should be monitored. If you identify them as being at high risk of something, then, as I said, not all of them will develop a problem, and exactly what problem will develop might vary a lot. So you're committed to doing a lot of extra input on those who are screen positive, who have a result that emerges as indicating a possible problem, but in whom the nature of the problem is not clear. So we are replacing diagnostic odysseys by phenotypic odysseys. And as I put down here on my screen, a screen positive result with an apparently healthy infant. The penetrance of the condition may be uncertain and vary with age. Organ involvement may vary. So there are lots of serious conditions that can affect more than one organ, but they don't always affect every organ that can be affected. So you may have to monitor multiple organs. And early treatment may make little difference. Sometimes it may be helpful, but other times it probably won't be. I'd like to step back a little bit and just think about why there is this tendency to overpromise the benefits of genomics. Sometimes it's to promote recruitment to research programs or clinical trials that may be very worthwhile, although I must say how strongly I feel that one should not be over-promising to people you're trying to recruit into research or clinical trials. One should be very realistic about the downsides as well as the upsides of entering research or a clinical trial. Some people feel strongly that data collection is a good in itself and therefore must be maximized, and people must be strongly encouraged to take part in such research, or such exercises of data collection. And certainly, collecting genetic data is helpful and should be encouraged, but not as a condition of receiving diagnostic services, I would argue. And so it shouldn't be presented as an obligation, but just something that is regarded as desirable and people can be gently encouraged. I think that's fine. Other times, overpromising may be the result of seeking personal gain. So financial status, research grants, kudos to status in general terms, promotion in an academic or commercial environment. So all of these things may be at stake for the person running a screening program, a research program, a clinical trial. All these things may be at stake for the individual. And then there's also institutional gain. So whether the institution is corporate or academic, even family support groups stand to sometimes gain increased membership, for example, and increased fundraising activity if they encourage families and parents down particular avenues. We have to bear in mind the possible family impact of a too early diagnosis, or of just raising a question mark and uncertainty about the health of a child. So I was involved for a long time in newborn screening for Duchenne muscular dystrophy in Wales. And it became clear that the whole process of information, explanation, and consent is critical. And the distinction between screening that is clearly beneficial to the child and others, such as screening for Duchenne, at least in those days, and even now really, that distinction has to be made and emphasized. And the provision of family support is essential if you're going to be recruiting parents to take part in screening and then identifying patients for whom you're not offering any major benefit from the intervention, from that early recognition. Families need support at that stage. And there are also the effects of hype on patients, the emotional roller coaster of lows and highs and lows, the low of getting of being told there's a problem, and then hope because it's been identified early, and then lows when you realize not good is coming from this. I think there are issues for family support groups in this area too, and what attitude they take to these things. So in terms of the clinical response to a screen-positive test result, well, one would want to confirm the diagnosis if one can. For some genetic disorders, there may be no other way to do that apart from just repeat the test or use Sanger sequencing instead of high-throughput sequencing. But there may be ways of confirming the diagnosis. Certainly for metabolic conditions, there usually is. And then one would want to look for indicators of a problem, any of the organs that are plausibly going to be involved. And of course, this might involve lots of imaging, magnetic resonance, CT, ultrasound, X-ray, blood tests, cardiac echoes or cardiac monitoring, looking at physical signs. And the whole upshot is a high degree of medicalization. And so newborn screening has the potential, with whole genome sequencing, has the potential to increase the amount of monitoring of healthy children, often for rare diseases, increasing demands on pediatricians and pediatric subspecialists at a time when most healthcare systems, and certainly the NHS in Britain, are challenged by inadequate resources. And you can see that this is going to lead to a great exacerbation of inequity, because we're going to have more focus on apparently healthy children, taking it away from those who have problems, who are not healthy, but where, say, the families find it difficult to access healthcare systems for other reasons. And I would go a bit further and say that genomics as a whole can be a distraction. It focuses on the individual and downplays the social determinants of health. There's an individualization of health risks and interventions, which is often costly, inefficient, and ineffective. It often is claimed to decrease the costs of healthcare, and that can be true when one is shortening a diagnostic odyssey. But the reverse process will also work after population screening with the phenotypic odyssey. The amount of monitoring and screening and surveillance that takes place then is going to increase healthcare costs quite enormously. And the whole process is going to just add to Tutor Hart's inverse care law, basically that more healthcare goes to those people who need it least. So genomics as a whole, and particularly screening genomics, like newborn screening, I think will exacerbate inequities. So I've said all that already on the screen there. So whole genome sequencing in newborn screening there are likely to be some clear successes, but there will be a lot of uncertainties about variant interpretation, unclear penetrance, the range of manifestations in any particular individual. There's going to be the burden of investigations and long-term surveillance, medicalization of children who might never get any benefit from being identified as a patient in waiting, workload and training implications, and there are going to be complex situations thinking about the autonomy of the future child in terms of the staged consent process needed and decisions about who can access what results at what stage in the child's life as they mature and become adult. And one can see whole genome sequencing in newborn screening as tending to broaden the scope of newborn screening to complex polygenic multifactorial disorders. But I would argue it really does not belong. And I think that would be a very bad backward step and bring newborn screening into disrepute. And this would be if genome-wide association studies, which are useful in studying pathogenesis and getting insights into disease mechanisms and thinking about therapeutic targets, it would be if these studies were applied to the testing of individuals, there may be some use in doing so to stratify the population into risk groups, for instance, for breast cancer or coronary artery disease. Although this still remains undemonstrated, it's a possibility. But giving lifestyle advice on the basis of individual personal disease profiles, I think it's likely to prove a costly waste of time. And from what we know so far about behavior change, most unlikely to induce healthy, sustained behavioral changes. There are, if we apply genome-wide association studies to newborn screening, then there are going to be polygenic scores, which are not likely to be that useful in health context, but they might well be broadened out and used for non-disease traits. In terms of testing in pregnancy, of course, there's questions around sex selection as well, but let's not go into that. Fetal sex selection, I mean. And the reproductive implications of a newborn diagnosis for the next pregnancy to a couple might mean that parents feel impelled to make use of NIPT in that context. And there's a lot of NIPT that is already missold when tests with poor performance are made available commercially. And I fear that bringing GWAS studies into newborn screening through the over-interpretation of whole genome results could do that. So I won't go on down that route. So the key problems are the overselling of the benefits of genomics, ignoring the uncertainties and additional costs it generates. And there's this tension between unrealistic hope and a really grounded optimism, grounded realism that is needed by professionals. And we need to help families find a good balance. And I'd see genomics as an expensive distraction from collective approaches to public health and equity of access to healthcare. And the crucial issue in relation to both pregnancy and care of the newborn is society's willingness to provide conventional support. And here is the rainbow, whose end we will never quite reach. So thank you very much for your attention. And I only wish I was able to join you for the discussion. Okay.
Hello, thank you. Hello, yes, thank you very much, Dr. Clarks. Now we will continue with the presentation of Dr. Miguel Jorge from Brazil about new trends in ethics of research on human being. Please, in presence. You have 20 minutes, Dr.
Thank you. Good morning. In this session about new technologies and the challenges that they represent to us, I was in charge of speaking about some trends in the ethics of research of human beings represented by the innovations that we are facing in the field. Can I have the...
Pienso que esto es
okay.
mejor para
Is
más
it,
fuerte,
okay.
es más fuerte para hablar. Sí, acá no se escucha bien. Sí, es igual.
Posso te pedir para você mudar a imagem? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, well, just to remind you that the main regulations in different parts of the world is all based on the Nuremberg Code that was created just after the Second World War. And they are the Declaration of Helsinki from the World Medical Association, which is under revision now, and there will be a special session tomorrow morning about the revision of the Declaration of Helsinki. In the United States, the Belmont Report that was appeared in 79, but now it follows by the ICH guidelines, which the FDA follows. And in Europe, particularly the SIOMS, the International Guideline for Health-Related Research Involving Humans, that was prepared for the SIOMS initially with the collaboration of the WHO. So these are the main documents, please. We are reviewing the literature about the challenges that our research ethics committees, as they are called in Europe and also in South America, the IRB, they are called in the United States. They face the same challenges worldwide. The first one, I will see that the review that the members of the ethic committees are facing are not just related to ethics, but also about scientific matters. As if the methodology that the research is proposing is not a good methodology for the aims of the study, they will expose participants of the research to risks that are absolutely unnecessary. Another challenge is related to the independence of these committees and funding. I don't know the particular situation of the ethics committees in every institution or country, but here in Brazil, this depends a lot of the voluntary work of teachers from the universities where the research are doing without any compensation for that. And this kind of work is not valued in the university about the curriculum. When do you have, for instance, a promotion that is facing the teacher to participate in the ethics committee is nothing. What everything is value in the university is publish, and publish. So it's a voluntary work without any reward. Another problem that I think is common everywhere is the number and qualification of the ethics committee staff and members. There is no specific training for those people to be members of the ethics committee. There is almost no update of the knowledge, and we have seen new kinds of research being proposed every day, and there is no education for researchers on how to apply for that committee. So this burden a lot the review work of the members of the committee. The expertise of the reviewers is now facing new challenges because, as we will see in the following slides, new technologies are being applied, and these members are not being educated on how to analyze these methodologies, these new methodologies. And also, there is a big problem of conflict of interest. I will tell you an example from my university. We try to have members from the different departments of the medical school. We are mostly related to a medical school, but we are doing the work for every area of the university. So when we receive some research, some proposal from, for instance, the psychiatric department, we try to send for that research to be reviewed by someone who have expertise in that particular area. But it happens that the reviewer, the member of the committee who will review that research, usually is very well known from the researcher who is proposing. The researcher don't know who will review, but you know, they are in the same, sometimes in the same department. So I think there is a potential conflict of interest there, and this is a major problem that we are facing everywhere in this country. I believe in other countries also. The review process, timeline, and follow-up is another big challenge. There is a law in Brazil, a kind of law in Brazil, that recommends that the review process takes no more than 30 days. This is absolutely impossible to comply. We have some work, there are very few members to analyze all the research that we receive, particularly in big universities in Brazil, and 30 days is absolutely impossible to comply. And there is strength and no people to do follow-up. So as soon as a research is approved and started, there is no people that we have that have condition to follow up if so all the activities that are being done in the research is really being done according to the proposal that were analyzed by the Research Ethics Committee. A particular problem that we are now facing is that we were born, as I said, in a medical school. And mostly of the rules that aim to be directing the research review comes from the biomedical area. And we have an increasing number of research coming from the humanities area, from the social sciences area. And they are being analyzed according to the same rules. And this creates a big problem because the kind of research that we have in those areas are very much different in terms of risks that we see in biomedical research. And finally, some research methods, innovations that I will shortly discuss with you. The next slide, please. I just put this slide as an example. This was a study conducted in Australia about the ethical issues that are perceived as problematic by Canadian researchers, members of the research ethics committees, and experts. But I believe these issues are the same everywhere in the world. So these ethical issues are those that we have to pay some attention when we are discussing the impact of innovations in the research with human beings. So one of the biggest one is the integrity of the research. As I said, conflicts of interest, the respect for research participants, the lack of supervision of the research being done, some problems related to individualism and performance of the research team, social injustice that can happen, distributive injustice when doing research, and also epistemic injustice and ethical distress. I think many of these ethical issues happens in every country in the world. One, please. Due to the restriction of time to do this presentation, I have to choose some of technological innovations to approach. Genetics is one very important, but as some other speakers in the following session will speak about genetics, I left genetics out of my presentation. So I choose mostly 4 that are biobanks, the use of social media for research, mega studies and studies with big data, and artificial intelligence. Next one, please. The main ethical issues related to biobanks was in a very concise way presented in a book, The Ethics of Research Biobanking by Solbach, Holm, and Hoffman. And they identify 4 clusters of problems and situations that we have to consider when analyzing research in biobanks. The first one is how those biological materials enter in the biobanks. The second one is the research of biobanks, not by a particular research, but by institutions. The third one, under what conditions researchers can access materials in the bank, and problems concerning ownership of biological materials and intellectual property arising from those materials. And finally, issues related to the information collected and stored, like access right, disclosure, confidentiality, data security, and data protection. In Brazil, it's not allowed by the system that regulates research with humans to get a broad consent of a patient, of a person for doing a research. So if we have material in the biobank, particularly we will present some kind of research idea, we have to find that person to give a special consent for that particular research, which is absolutely impossible sometimes to reach those people. So this kind of broad consent is not accepted everywhere. Next one, please. Going to social media. There was an editorial of a special issue of the Journal of Empirical Research on Human Research Ethics by Samuel and Buchanan. And they present, in terms of social media, that we experienced 3 waves since it started some years ago. The first wave was research doing online surveys or interviews, some kind of participant observations, and focus group. The second wave of social media research involved online chat rooms and forums. And now we have a third wave in course where we can see data being passively collected. So I will mention this in a little more detail in the near future now. There are many ethical issues related to social media research. Next one. I think the principal, the main issue is informed consent. Actually, our current form of consent do not apply very well to social media, even because social media usually involves many participants. And so to get the informed consent from those people is a difficult task. There is a possibility of identifying participants, which is not something that we approve in terms of ethics. So every participant needs to be anonymized when a research is proposed. But through social media, it's not difficult to identify from who that data comes. There are also issues of vulnerability, the potential harm that that kind of research can cause on the participants, intrusiveness in his or her personal life, and issues of confidentiality, as well as other related to power, to social justice, to inequality, when we are selecting participants, 5 minutes. Participants from a large population. When we see research in social media, human subjects now are data subjects. So this is a difficult that we have to face on that issue. Next slide, please. Well, this slide is also related to the problem of the consent in social media research, because in some ways, some data, some authors, some people say that those data are public. So if the data are public, we don't need consent to do research with that data. This is not really true, because people some ways put that private data there, not intending that data will become research data. So this is probably the biggest issue when collecting data from public sources in the web. Next slide. Then, doing research with social media, we goes to mega studies, the big data studies. And these big data studies, they are usually done by different institutions, by many participants, many researchers at the same time. And there are many areas of concern. It's a complex legal framework. And again, the appropriate consent is something that we have to pay attention. There are issues related to the privacy, to governance, and to the inclusivity. And the key challenges in this big data research are related to data quality, to data security and privacy, to the participation and trust, which is essential in terms of research. Next one, please. I think we can skip this next one and go to the following one. So when facing big data research, we see that from human subject, we now are aiming to data subject. The nature of the risk changed from just physical or psychological harm. We are now facing privacy breaches and algorithmic discrimination. The problem of anonymization, which was not very difficult to match when doing clinical trials, in terms of big data, it's now becoming a group discrimination and the identification of data on those banks. There is a big problem on the reuse of data and new data creation from those big banks. And the consent model, again, is not suitable. Sometimes there is a lack of expertise of the members of the ethics committee and a lack of harmonization. Finally, next one, please. There is artificial intelligence. The European Union recent AI Act deals with different levels of risk. There are some risks that they consider unacceptable, like risk to fundamental rights, democracy, the rule of law, and this kind of research is absolutely prohibited. So the AI Act deals particularly with high risk or significant risk of harm to health, safety, or fundamental rights of natural persons, or sometimes to the environment. So these are the focus of the AI Act of the European Union. And in this focus, next one please, we see new framework for ethical research with artificial intelligence. The main areas of concern when doing research using artificial intelligence is the process to identify and mitigate the risk. So we have to evaluate the potential impact, not just when the research started, because using artificial intelligence, new risks can appear after the research started. So this is a very complex problem to deal when evaluating those kind of proposals. Another areas of concern involves the data protection and governance, and the ensured transparency through proper report mechanisms. I think I have to skip again the following slide and go to the next one, please. Yes. I think that it's worthwhile to mention what they are called emergent medical data. This medical data is data that can be extracted from non-health related data of people that are available in the web. For instance, if someone has an iPhone and put in the web those data that how steps you run in a day, how many kilometers you have done as an average in the previous week, those data that can put publicly are not aiming to be object of research, but people can extract that data and doing research about that. So this is a difficult problem to face, because it's really impossible to get consent from those people, and consent is a very major issue in any research involving human subjects. Finally, I think I can just place two warnings. Next one, please. One that appeared in the Lancet very recently, and I will just read. Generative AI is neither inherently good nor bad. If used judiciously, generative AI could help to free us from time-consuming bureaucracy and enable more time for creative thinking and social interaction. However, it is a human invention, and its effects will reflect the systems and environments in which it is designed and used. And I think this is complemented by the last slide with another warning from Verity Harding, who is from Cambridge, that say, in a recent interview to a major Brazilian newspaper, we need to accept that some of the darkest sides of humanity, such as greed, evil, and thirst for power, will inevitably define the development and use of artificial intelligence systems, as has already happened with other technologies, and impose certain limits. I think the regulation of use of artificial intelligence is really a major challenge, not just for research, using AI in research, but also in the impact of this in our society, which is at this moment in time unpredictable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miguel Jorge, for this nice presentation. Now we will continue with Dr. Mark Taylor about regulation of health information path data. Please, Mark Taylor, it's for Melbourne, Australia, and we will be with us by Zoom. Welcome, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this conference.
If you can speak in a loud voice, please. We cannot hear you.
Is that any better?
More, please. More closer to your microphone. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me
better.
now?
Yes.
That's better?
Yes.
Okay.
You have 20
I'll try
minutes.
And speak up and
Welcome.
Okay.
You have 20 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me today. If you struggle to hear me at any point, then please just let me know. I'm going to follow on the panel talking about some of the technical challenges for the 21st century, and my focus in particular is going to be some of the challenges associated with adequate data governance, with a focus in particular on genomic data. And you'll see in the presentation what I'm going to try and propose to you is that we should be seeking to pursue a particular response to these challenges, a response that I suggest will promote trustworthy governance of that data, and a response that relies on a particular conception of public interest. But before I say any more, it's traditional in Australia to acknowledge the First Nations people and the traditional custodians of the land when we meet, and I would like to honour that by recognising and acknowledging that I am speaking to you from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. So in this brief presentation, I'm going to try and cover three things. I'm going to suggest that governance of genomic data needs to be strengthened. I'm going to suggest that when we do that, we should be aiming for trustworthy governance, and I'm going to say something about what that means. And I'm going to suggest that trustworthy governance could usefully employ a particular conception of public interest within the decision-making processes of governance. So in relation to the first question, I'm going to say genomic data governance needs to be strengthened because systems are becoming more complex and new risks are emerging which must be managed to protect patient and consumer confidence in health systems. I'm going to say when we do that, we should be aiming for trustworthy governance, and I'm going to suggest that trustworthy governance is governance that is able to provide those who are affected with reasons to accept the vulnerability that trusting systems introduces. And I'm going to say that that's about offering them a reasonable justification for continuing to confide what can be the most sensitive health data to the health sector. And I'm going to suggest that a public interest decision-making process may contribute towards trustworthy governance if it can provide a reasonable justification to those affected for any use of health data. In this particular case, I'm focusing on genomic data. So we'll try and quickly go through those 3 points, and hopefully by the end of it, I'll have persuaded you that there's work to be done, and it's work that can be done in a way that will promote trust in health sector governance of genomic data, but only, or at least a useful way of promoting that trustworthy governance will be through reimagining and recasting the public interest test. So why do I think genomic data governance needs to be strengthened? Well, I don't think it's any surprise to any of us that health systems are becoming more complex, and data flows within those systems are one of the most complex aspects. And in the future, we can expect more data will need to flow for more purposes. This is going to have to happen if we're going to be able to provide optimal care and empower both patients and healthcare providers. But as the technical landscape changes, so governance needs also to change and keep pace. This isn't about making it more difficult to use data, but it should be about making it more difficult to misuse data. Establishing a modern healthcare system with data available to those who need it, when they need it, requires clinical access to health information, and providing genetic healthcare requires access to genetic information across the health system, and improving that care requires both evaluation and research. Now, the governance challenges which are associated with better connecting data across different parts of an increasingly complex system are considerable, and those challenges are often multiplied and particularly acute in the case of genomic care. That's because, or at least in part, that's because optimal, safe and effective genomic care is requires healthcare providers, doctors, geneticists to have access to data about their own patients, but it also requires them to have access to data about other people's patients, people that they're not treating but have similar genetic tests, results, they share particular gene variants, and they may be at a different point in the care pathway. They might be at a different point in the disease or the story of their condition. Being able to understand those people's stories helps geneticists and doctors to interpret and better understand the significance of genetic variation for the patients they're treating. So we need a connected healthcare system that enables care providers to access not only data in relation to their own patients, but also data in relation to patients treated by others. That's actually a challenge which is not so very different from the challenge which is associated with a learning healthcare system more generally, but I'm going to focus here on genomic data and genomic care. And up on the screen at the moment, you can see one example of a vision of the future. It's taken from the Australian National Approach to Genomic Information Management, and you'll see that it imagines a future where genomic data is a national data asset, is available through interconnected systems for both clinical and research use, and interoperability is facilitated by aligning frameworks and jurisdictional and organisational level control. Now, crucially, this imagines, as you can see at the bottom there, national data access. This can only happen in Australia if we mature and strengthen governance, so it can support the uses of data we want while preventing those uses we don't. It's important that we put these guardrails around the use of data to give people confidence when they're using it. And governance needs to protect that public trust in the security and confidentiality of the health system. Otherwise, people will stop confiding in their doctors. So, how do we approach this? Well, the National Approach to Genomic Information Management itself says the successful implementation of NAGIM will rely on the success of public uptake and acceptability, the establishment and maintenance of public trust. It says to embed these principles of community-centeredness in implementation, there should be community involvement, and it says there should be a diversity of community perspective represented. Now, increasingly, we see in various forums reference to and acceptance of the importance of public engagement, either in relation to public trust and protecting public trust, or in relation to protecting and promoting the notion of social license. But what exactly is the function of community engagement in this context? How does community engagement actually promote and protect the notion of public trust in the uses of data? How does it support trust and the notion of trustworthy governance? Well, that's where I'm going to move on to the second point that I'm going to try and cover in this presentation, and suggest we need trustworthy governance and suggest a particular understanding of what that looks like. So before I get to that, let's have a preliminary look at what we mean by trust and trustworthiness generally before we try and place this in the context of trustworthy data governance. So what's trust? Well, I think there's a reasonable consensus in relation to trust being an attitude, and trust being embodied as an attitude in a willingness to accept vulnerability under conditions of uncertainty. So as to say, trust is an attitude which is often expressed in behaviour, and when people trust people, they rely upon a particular expectation that the person that they trust or the system that they trust possesses some particular quality or character that will lead it to perform in a particular manner. What's important about this comment by Rebecca Bratsby's here, though, is that it's also significant that trust gives rise to vulnerability, and moreover, it gives rise to vulnerability under conditions of uncertainty. When you trust, you can get hurt. If we want people to continue to confide confidential information to a health system, if we want people to trust that their genomic data is going to be used appropriately, then we have to give them a reason to believe that it's not going to be used in a way which is going to hurt them. So what characteristics might we be needing to demonstrate within trustworthy governance? And what do we mean by trustworthy? Well, a number of years ago now, a group of scholars suggested that trustworthiness is typically represented by the characteristics of ability, integrity, and benevolence. Ability is about competence. You trust somebody to do something if you think they're competent to do it. Trust can be task specific, so you trust a plumber to fix the pipes, but you don't necessarily trust the plumber to cook a good meal. Maybe you do, but not because they're a plumber. Trust can rely upon an understanding of an individual's competence, and it may be more specific or general. Trust also relies not only upon competence, a belief or perception of competence, but also a perception of integrity. And Mayor Davis and Shulman described that as the trustor's perception that the trustee adheres to a set of principles that the trustor finds acceptable. So there's certain shared principles there. And also the notion of benevolence, the idea that the trustee will do good in the eyes of the trustor. Now, this is a little bit more controversial within the literature. Not everyone thinks that the trustee needs to do good for the trustor, but I think it is fair to say that we need to at least do good by them, if not do good for them. That's to say they have to do things which are recognised to be good by the person that's investing trust. And the reason I say that is because trust involves voluntary exposure to vulnerability. If you're going to voluntarily expose yourself to a vulnerability, then you will need to understand that in so doing, you are contributing towards conditions which might result in something which you value. There must be some value proposition that justifies that exposure to vulnerability. So, reasonable trust requires grounds for confidence in another's goodwill, or at least the absence of grounds for expecting their ill will or indifference. You're only going to trust people if you think that they're going to do right by you, if you think that they are going to not take advantage of the vulnerability for their own purposes. Honora O'Neill put it in this way: trust is most readily placed in others whom we can rely on to take our interests into account, to fulfill their roles, to keep their parts in bargains. So if that's what we mean by trust and trustworthiness, then what does trustworthy governance look like? I suggest here that trustworthy governance must be able to offer people a reasonable justification for the vulnerability that the system exposes an individual to. A reasonable justification requires a justification that can be offered to those affected, that provides them with sufficient reason to accept the decision and the operation of the system. Is to be assessed from the perspective of those affected, and a reasonable justification may have dimensions of competence, integrity, and the perceived intent to do good by a person or group. So trustworthy governance should be capable of assessing whether or not the people who claim to be able to use data to do good can actually do it. We have to be able to effectively assess claims that uses of data will yield the benefits that the people submitting the applications claim that they will yield. And we have to be able to assess whether those benefits which they're claiming are benefits that will be recognised as benefits by those who are exposed to the vulnerability by the use of the data. Now, what role does public interest play in this? Well, I'm going to skip over this quite briefly because I've covered this in other literature, and people can read up on my understanding of public interest if they wish to. But in short, I'm going to say that there are different ways you can understand public interest test. There's a view which sees public interest as being assessed in the aggregate, can be associated with kind of utilitarian kind of test. There's a view which understands public interest to be identified in relation to a series of common interests. Public interest because it's shared in common by different people. The trouble there is that people share lots of different common interests, so the public interest evaluation invariably requires some kind of balance between different kinds of interests to work out what's in the public interest overall. And there's a unitary common value approach to determining public interest, which sees there to be an overriding interest which can transcend and reconcile those apparent conflicting interests. In previous work, I have tried to suggest that if we have a common interest in health and a common interest in privacy, they may come into conflict. So how do you resolve them? You may resolve them by reference to the common value in respecting persons as free and equal. If you respect people as free and equal and you take that seriously, then you have to be capable of justifying any interference with liberty in ways that they have reason to accept. So I think a public interest justification requires you to protect and trade off common interests in a way that affected public have reason to accept, and which usually respects their expressed preferences. There's much more that can be said about that, but for reasons of time I won't go into it, but I will refer you to these papers where I'll try and unpack this three-legged stool of public interest in more detail, where the argument is that a public interest decision-making seeks to offer people reasons for the decision that they have reason to expect, so there's transparency there, reason to accept, so there's reasonable justification, and respects their expressed preferences. If you adopt that concept of public interest, then it can clearly then support that notion of trustworthiness I've described earlier, because you are satisfying that condition of reasonable justification for the uses that are being made of genomic data. So a public interest decision-making process can provide what I'm describing as a reasonable justification. If that public interest test is satisfied, it should be possible to demonstrate how the interests of affected persons are being taken into account and to offer them a reason to accept the decision that's being made to use their genomic data in different ways as reasonable in the circumstances, to accept that vulnerability and to trust the process. This actually implies a number of different requirements. It requires transparency, public decision-making, commitment to that reasonable justification. It requires that willingness to engage with community, specifically to test and develop an understanding of what persons have reason to accept. It's about providing an opportunity for the decision makers to check and challenge their position on these things. And crucially, it's substantively and procedurally different from ethical review, a distinction which I don't think we currently make sufficiently in Australia. I won't go into more detail on that right now, but we might pick it up in discussion. So I hope I've gone some way to persuade you in relation to these 3 points. We need to strengthen governance in relation to genomic data. Systems are becoming more complex. New risks must be managed to protect public confidence. Protecting public confidence requires trustworthy governance, and that requires us to have governance systems which can provide those affected by decisions to accept the vulnerability that trusting introduces. And public interest test plays an important part in this. If we get this right, we can protect trust. We address the issue that was raised in the last presentation in relation to overburdening consent, and we can supplement things like broad consent. We don't rely upon individuals to protect their own interests exclusively through the notion of consent or anonymisation. And we can also address some of the risks in relation to anonymised data and the issues of group data and the risks that individuals themselves are not well placed to address as individuals. So there's an important role I suggest for a public interest test, but only if it's unpacked in this particular way, where it's capable of providing a reasonable justification for those impacted by decisions and the uses of data for the uses of genomic data that are being made. Okay, this argument you can read more about in this particular volume, which Professor Dove is going to be talking about later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Now we have more or less 30 minutes to share between us. If people want to ask propositions, please. There is another microphone there. Here. If you can present yourself, your name, and the place from where you are, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Monica Correa from the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Porto. I'd like to congratulate Professor Mark Taylor regarding his presentation, very enlightening and insightful presentation on this topic. I was wondering, hearing your proposed model, since I have studied for a long time in my PhD thesis, I studied the right to be forgotten in the European GDPR European context. One of the conclusions I advocate is that the right to be forgotten is sort of a right that emerged from a failure of the trust system in Europe, that data subjects don't trust, don't rely on the processors, so it's a form of control of their data. Of course, I also advocate that the right to be forgotten can't be applied to genetic data. So I was wondering if you have an opinion how we can change if your model could be a game changer and actually strengthen the argument that the right to be forgotten can't be applied to genetic data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What I will propose is, because the connection, it's not so easy, that if we will have 2 or 3 presentation or remarks that you want, then we will give to the people that are here in the front to respond. If there is another, not. Please, Dr. Taylor, is for you the question. You can listen to us?
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Excellent question. I haven't thought enough about the right to erasure, but in the model of public interest decision-making I propose, you should respect the expressed preferences of data subjects in all but the most exceptional circumstances. And I think that is a reflection of the respect we owe each other as free and equal citizens. If I'm going to tell you what you should do and not give you any choice, I'm going to coerce that behaviour from you, I need to be able to provide a very strong justification for that coercion, for that control that I'm exercising over you. It can't just be because I think I'm right and you're wrong. I have to be able to point to something which you're doing in behaving in the way that you are that is putting other people at risk. So I think that the circumstances in which the right to erasure should be overridden in the context of a public interest decision-making argument, that they can exist, but they're not going to be the norm. They're going to be particular circumstances which needs to apply, where an individual seeking to remove their data from a data set was actually putting other people at risk of harm. I think in those circumstances, it is possible to articulate the justification in ways that would resonate with the values that are held by the people to whom you're making the argument. I would hope so, at least, anyway. I spent a number of years chairing a committee which provided access to data without patient consent, and I was always hopeful that at the end of each committee meeting we had reached decisions that I could explain and defend to the people whose data was being used in ways that they could accept by reference to values that they themselves held. And I think that's what you'd need to do if you're going to override an individual's wish to remove data in a way that they didn't feel was unjustifiably coercive. You're looking for that reasonable justification. But I'd very much like to talk with you more about this. It's a very good question, and as I say, I've not thought enough about right to erasure itself. So thank you for the question.
Another question or remarks that you want? Please, if you can present yourself.
Good morning, and thank you, all speakers. I'm Jennifer from Frio Cruz. Professor Miguel, the law 14874 approved recently in Brazil was already born if outdated tests for these challenges. For example, not addressing broad consent for biobanks. Could you comment about that?
I didn't listen very well the beginning of your question. I understood that it's something related to broad consent, but I didn't listen very well the beginning.
Eu vou repetir em português, talvez fique mais fácil. A nova lei aprovada de pesquisa com seres humanos, a Lei 14.874, o texto dela já é desatualizado, porque ela não traz todos esses desafios apresentados, como, por exemplo, a possibilidade do consentimento amplo para a biobanca. Podia comentar?
Sim. Eu creio que, na verdade, a questão... Oh, I'm saying, okay. I believe that we are facing some difficulties in terms of regulations in face of the speed that new things are arising in terms of the ethics of research with human beings. So I think this what you have said is just one example when the laws and when the rules are behind what is happening in the field. It's very difficult, I believe, for the system to follow with enough efficiency what happened in the field. And this increases the difficulties for the research ethics committee members to review the research that are being proposed. So I would just say to you that this is just an example of a rule that is outdated and needs to be updated.
Yeah, please.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Karina from São Paulo, Santa Casa and Paglia Institute. I would like to ask Dr. Taylor, do trustworthy governments exist right now? Thank you.
What an excellent question. I think it is aspired to in many systems. I've been fortunate to be in positions where I have been responsible for governance frameworks, and I have aspired to create frameworks which are worthy of public trust. It is probably for others to judge whether I was successful or not when it comes to that. But I will say one thing that for me is missing in governance frameworks generally and needs to be there, I think, for trustworthy governance. I think we are currently very bad at demonstrating to people what good comes from the uses of their data. I think we are very diligent in our governance when it comes to ensuring that the people who get data have a very good reason for accessing it. Researchers come along to a committee and they say, we're going to do these great things. And we make sure that the reasons they have for accessing the data are good reasons. We make sure they're good people. We make sure that they are operating in an environment where we can be confident that they will only be doing the things which they say that they'll do. But then we tend, having satisfied ourselves that they meet all the conditions, we tend to give them the data and we wish them well and we send them on their way. And we hope that something good comes of it. We might ask for an annual report, but there's very little feedback, there's very little explanation to the research participants of what good came from the use of the data. And if this is a secondary use of data which was gathered through a clinical care, if this is data that was originally collected for the purposes of providing an individual with care and has then been used for research purposes, we're really very, very bad. Internationally, we're very, very bad at explaining to people how the data they provided to their doctor that was then used for research purposes actually did good. So I think the trustworthy governance requires us to demonstrate that the people who do the work are actually able to deliver benefits through the use of the data. And I don't think we're very good at that at the moment. So I think that's something which we need to get much, much better at. Following up, identifying the use cases, the scenarios, the stories, telling the stories about the good that came through the uses that are made of the data so that we can make out that value proposition and we can provide people with the evidence to believe that the uses that are being made of their data are uses that they would support if they were in the position of making the decision themselves.
Well, I want...
I hope that answers the question. Good question.
In the data what we received till now and thinking about the development of artificial intelligence and data that we have in the web, I was thinking, and I want to know your positions, both of you, about the informed concern that in the past was the stage that the doctor tell the information to the patient and the patient agreed or not. I think that we have to put another step. That means all the questions that our patients bring to the doctors, because they come, it's in my own clinical experience, they come with a lot of information that they took from the web and from the media, and this brings a lot of uncertainty, anxiety, and so on. And I think that we have to think about to put a new step in the consent for information. That means first what the patient asks us and what they receive, and they are coming in the different kind of treatments. I want to know your own opinion about this.
Well, I think fake information in the web is one of the major problems that we face in the world nowadays. And this reaches every field of the human knowledge, and particularly, I think, from our interest, the health issues. So people are looking for information in the web every day, if not every hour. And this will impact the clinical work of physicians. But when we are trying to apply this to research, I think we have to have more strict rules in terms of what we are aiming with any kind of research that we are proposing to be done. So I do not know very well if you are telling about some research issue or about your clinical work in terms of this information, but it's something that it's a lot of concern when we are doing and we are seeing research being proposed, you know, using data that are public in the web, and how the researchers are trying to select those information for use in terms of research in a way that they will extract some value data, some value result from the research that they are proposing. I don't know if I answer your question.
Dr. Taylor, you want? No.
I think we need to support health professionals, and I think we can support them by providing them with resources that they can signpost for patients. I don't think we should be leaving research, health professionals to manage all of that on their own. I think it's unreasonable. I think we need to try and ensure that they are supported with the resources which patients can access and which will help to improve the quality of the conversation which can then take place between the patient and the physician.
Well, we have, if there is any, you want, please. There, yes.
Good morning to you all. My name is Antônio Abílio Santa Rosa. I'm a clinical geneticist here in Brazil at the National Cancer Institute. And my question is for Dr. Clark, but it could be answered as well for any of you. And it's that it's good to know that it's very reassuring for us that you in the United Kingdom and in Australia are facing the same problems that we face here in Brazil and all over the world, but in a different stage, of course, in a more further advanced stage. So it's good to know that we are at least in the right path, not in the same rhythm, but in the right path. But the question is that there is a major concern of all geneticists about the huge amount of genetic data that will be thrown to the patients regardless of their previous knowledge and previous genetic counseling to prepare them to receive those data. And then the consequence is that they will be faced with information that they surely cannot handle. And all these initiatives can go south, since these data are being, as time as more frequently since we have so much pressure from the labs, from the media, from the society to prescribe those genetic testings, even for follow-up reasons or pre-testing reason, pre-symptomatic testing, especially in cancer settings. And people, when get faced with those results, they challenge the whole society, not only the doctors. They challenge the whole society for them to provide them ways to deal with their risk that they think they have. Dr. Clark mentioned the amount of variants of unknown significance that are each time more easily to be found whenever the most widely the tests are prescribed. And this can lead to misinterpretations, can skyrocketing the troubles of genetic testing. They can do more harm than good if society is not prepared. And if even in United Kingdom, in Australia, are not prepared at the same time at an ideal level, let alone Brazil and other societies, we are way back in the construction of a system, health system that's really equal to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor, you want to answer?
There is no easy answer. I appreciate the question and the difficulty it points to. I think we have moved from a position that was unduly paternalistic and didn't recognize the individual as an autonomous agent capable of making decisions for his or herself. Doctor knew best. I think we've moved from that position, but I don't think we should be seeking to move to the other end of the spectrum where we abdicate all responsibility and leave individuals to make all of these decisions for themselves, either because they're not necessarily best placed to do so and wouldn't necessarily recognize themselves to be best placed to do so. I think there is a useful concept of reasonable expectation which can be relied on in this context, because reasonable expectations can be negotiated and we can reach a position, I would hope we could reach a position that was understood to be reasonable expectation on both sides with regards to what data was returned, under what conditions, with what kind of annotation, explanation and counselling. As I said, there isn't an easy answer because we haven't achieved those we haven't achieved a common understanding of what is a reasonable expectation in this context yet, but that's what I think we should be aiming for, and I think we need to try and strike that negotiated position where we have this overlapping consensus that doesn't leave it to doctors but doesn't leave it all to patients either. We have to have the expertise in the room that helps to shape an understanding of what the norms should be going forward.
Thank you very much. Please.
All right, good morning. I'm Dr. Silva. I am Brazilian, como dizem, Goiana, do pé rachado, but today I'm here representing the College of Medicine and Department of Psychiatry from the University of Florida. So my question is for Dr. Miguel Jorge. If you can comment about this conundrum that we have in terms of the potential benefits of artificial intelligence in medicine, in terms of that we have the benefits, this potential benefits in the healthcare system, but in order for these algorithms and the AI systems to be created and trained, we need to feed them with the protected health information, or like with health data. And even though, like you mentioned, we can de-identify this data, then the technology companies can re-identify via data triangulation. So if you can comment on this conundrum that potentially we need that to happen, but then there's this risk for privacy breach.
I am also a psychiatrist, but not a specialist in artificial intelligence, but I will try to answer your question. And I will link to the previous question about the use of genetic testing. I think that all the advances that we can see in the development, in the evolution of sciences in the society, they can come for the good and also for the bad, depending on the use that you do that kind of advances. In terms of artificial intelligence, I think that it's too early to know how great will be the impact in the practice of medicine and the evolution of the science of medicine. Because artificial intelligence is something that creates new scenarios as soon as they are developing. They are not ready yet. They are in process of developing. So we can see some results, particularly in the area of image in medicine, where the use of artificial intelligence is has a huge benefit, particularly when you apply this to millions of data that are available. They will be more efficient. There are some research showing that the use of artificial intelligence can be more efficient than the work of physicians. But I think that we have to take care and how using artificial intelligence in the practice of medicine. So I believe they will contribute a lot for the progress of the research and the knowledge in medicine, but I have a little concern, or a big concern, in terms of how this will impact the clinical work of the physicians. So it's difficult to, at this particular time and moment, to see the future, but we have to take care with the contributions that all this progress will have in the practice of medicine. This testing in genetic testing shows the same, I sometimes receive patients in my private practice that came to me with a test showing, in terms of genetic, which is the drug that will be the best for treating what they think they have. So, and there are lots of mistakes in terms of how this particular person interprets what they have in hand. So I think this is something that we have to see how this will impact our society, our patients, the people that are seen in our offices, and how this will impact the research that are being done in universities.
Well, we have to close our meeting. I want to thank the nice and important presentations that our speaker give us from aboard and from here also. And I hope that we continue thinking together of all those important problems that now they are news, but always in medicine, always in our daily life, we have to confront with new situations, but in an open mind and thinking not only what is happening, and also what it could happen in the next days. Thank you very much, and we continue with our Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone who participated in the debate. We will now take a 30-minute break. Coffee is available in front of the auditorium and upstairs. Please take this opportunity to view the posters and to enjoy the art exhibition by Isabel Saraiva. The exhibition is located in the outdoor area, so feel free to step outside and immerse yourself in the beautiful artwork. We will continue at 11 a.m. for the next session. Enjoy your break.
Conselho Federal de Medicina, ele não constrói muros, ele constrói pontes. Pontes para o diálogo, pontes para uma medicina de qualidade. E é com grande honra que represento o Conselho Federal de Medicina desta solenidade de abertura da 16ª Conferência Mundial de Bioética, Ética Médica e Direito da Saúde.
Esta conferência, tenho certeza, ela vai trazer novas e boas contribuições para todas as sociedades.
Hello.
Bom trabalho.
Hello.
Hello.
Quanto dá para conquistar em 57 anos? Quantas pessoas novas dá para conhecer? Quanto é possível plantar e colher? Quantas vezes dá para se emocionar? Quantos novos sotaques dá para falar? Banco BRB. Há 57 anos, melhor, mais completo e ao seu lado a cada conquista.
Dear participants, good morning. Please take your seats as we are about to begin the session. Welcome back to the 16th World Conference on Bioethics, Medical Ethics, and Health Law. This conference is an organization of the International Chair in Bioethics and of the Federal Council of Medicine of Brazil under the auspices of the World Medical Association. The next session of the day is titled Technological Challenge for the 21st Century, Part 2. We now invite Dr. Rucho de Souza to the stage, who will be chairing the session. We have 4 esteemed speakers for this session. Please join me in welcoming each of them to the stage. Nita Farahani, who will present on Defending Your Right to Think Freely in the Age of Neurotechnology. Dr. Farahani is joining us remotely via Zoom. Dr. Sonia Suter, who will present on ownership and reproduction with cells for IVG. Dr. Suter is joining us remotely via Zoom. Dr. Edward Dove, who will discuss confidentiality, privacy, and data protection in biomedicine, international concepts and issues. Dr. Dove is joining us remotely via Zoom. Dr. Shahid Shamin, who will talk about the Code of Ethics for Healthcare Educators. Dr. Shamin is joining us remotely via Zoom. We now hand over to Dr. Rucho de Souza to coordinate the session.
A very good morning to all of you here. We have just had our first session of the technological challenges for the 21st century. I am Professor Russell de Souza from Melbourne, Australia, and I head the International Department of Education of the International Chair in Bioethics, formerly the UNESCO Chair. It's a great privilege and honor now to moderate or to chair this session, which I see and certainly expect to continue with the excellent session that we had earlier today. This is going to be quite stimulating and challenging, particularly we are at the moment dealing with technological advances in all dimensions, but particularly in healthcare. And with this technological advances, we also face challenges. And indeed, this is something, the ethical challenges indeed are very important and an important part of not only the scientific community, but indeed the general community taking on and accepting and joining with this. So this becomes a very important session, and I'm sure all of you are going to join and enjoy this with your questions, with your following through with what's happening. We have some, as you just heard, we have great speakers, but all of them are going to be through Zoom, and so we will be taking on and asking questions and so forth. So we're going to start this wonderful session with, I think, Sonia, Dr. Sonia Suter from the George Washington University at the United States of America. And the topic is going to be ownership and reproduction with cells for IVG. Okay? So I'm going to welcome Dr. Sonia Suter and welcome from USA to us here in Brasilia at the 16th World Conference on Bioethics, Medical Ethics, and Health Law. So, Dr. Sonia, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Can you see it okay? All right, excellent. The title of my talk changed, but it is still very much the same as the other. So I first want to thank you so much for inviting me today to speak. I wish I could be with all of you in Brasilia. So I'm going to be talking about the future of reproducing with in vitro gametogenesis, and I'm going to be using a human dignity lens to evaluate it. My plan for the talk today is first to give you an overview of the various potential reproductive usages of in vitro gametogenesis, or IVG, and then examine the ethical implications of these uses using the human dignity lens. So I want to begin by turning to the potential applications of IVG in the future. I should note that these technologies have not yet been shown to work for humans in reproduction, but scientists and now some startup companies are working hard to try to make this a possibility in the future so that it could be potentially clinically viable in coming years. Of course, it's hard to know if this will ever be achievable, and if so, how soon. But in theory, IVG could be used to assist reproduction in two ways. It could help people to reproduce, but it could also be used to perfect reproduction. And I should note that I'm using the word perfect a bit provocatively here. So in the first category of assisting reproduction, it could be used either to treat physical infertility, but also a fairly broad category of social fertility, which I'll be talking about. Physical infertility can be due to injuries or physical anomalies that prevent people from reproducing. As Norm Daniels describes it, philosopher Norm Daniels, these would be physical factors that prevent normal species functioning. But I'm more going to be focusing on using IVG to treat social infertility. And that would be when individuals cannot reproduce because of their social circumstances. So one category here would be opposite sex couples who can't reproduce together, even if one partner has no physical barriers to reproduction. Another category includes same-sex couples who clearly cannot have children who are genetically related to both of them without assistance, but in theory, IVG could help with that. For example, this is how it would work. In a gay male couple, it would allow one man to use his sperm to fertilize an egg that the other would produce through IVG, and then that embryo would have to be transferred into a surrogate to carry the pregnancy. And then similarly, in a lesbian couple, one woman would use IVG to produce a sperm, which would then fertilize the egg that the other created either through egg retrieval or IVG, and then that embryo would be implanted in one of the women or surrogate if they chose. Now, there are two other categories of social infertility that are a bit more unusual, what I call solo reproduction and multiplex reproduction. So solo reproduction could be achieved with IVG to allow single individuals to have a child alone. A woman could, for example, use IVG to produce sperm to fertilize her egg to create an embryo that she could then carry or use a surrogate. And similarly, a man could use IVG to produce an egg and then fertilize it with his sperm. And of course, he would have to use a surrogate to carry the child. And then finally, we have the category of multiplex reproduction. And this is when groups of more than two individuals reproduce together. The number could be really potentially any number, 3, 4, 8, 32. So to help make this more concrete, imagine that we have 8 individuals who want to reproduce together genetically. 4 pairs of these individuals could create embryos using IVG if necessary. And then from those 4 embryos, you could use IVG to create sperm from 2, eggs from the other, to then produce 2 more embryos. And from those embryos, you could create egg and sperm to produce the final embryo, which would then be transferred into whoever was going to carry the pregnancy and result in a child. So this means that the 8 individuals would each share 1/8 of their genes with the resulting child, making them the genetic equivalent of great-grandparents. The 4 embryos would share 1/4 of their genes and be the genetic equivalent of grandparents. And these final 2 embryos would share half of their genes with the resulting child being the genetic equivalent of parents. This is really the result of essentially compressing generations. And then the last potential use of IVG for reproduction would be to perfect reproduction. So by that, I mean either reduce disease risk or perhaps even enhance, however that's defined, non-medical traits. So it could do this by improving the power of IVF for embryo selection. One way it does it by eliminating the physical burdens and risks associated with what we do today, which is called egg retrieval, an invasive procedure. But I think more significant is that it could theoretically overcome the limits we have today as to how many eggs can be retrieved from any one woman. So IVG could theoretically allow us to create a huge number of embryos, which could then be fertilized with sperm to create multiple embryos for testing, thereby increasing the chances of finding an embryo with the desirable traits, however defined. Now, this process would involve the use of pre-implantation genetic testing, using either whole genome sequencing or a technique that some clinics are starting to use called polygenic risk scoring, that is used to then test what are the most desirable embryos based on whatever traits the parents wanted. So depending on the sophistication of the technology at the time that this could theoretically be used, one would be able to obtain fairly comprehensive probabilistic data for each embryo regarding a range of physical, cognitive, and non-medical traits. I want to just take a moment here to suggest that the decision-making challenges here could be enormous if it were economical and possible to produce and analyze and select from hundreds of embryos. There would be problems of information overload, difficulties in deciding exactly what information to obtain and how to select among the embryos. In fact, I wrote a piece about this a few years ago called The Tyranny of Choice, and how artificial intelligence and algorithms might be used to try to help with these complicated decision-making problems, raising a host of other issues I won't be able to go into today. In addition, as gene editing improves, it could theoretically be used in combination with IVG to edit precursor cells to gametes. So in other words, not editing the egg, sperm, or embryos, but the precursor cells to the eggs and sperm. And depending on the technology and state of the knowledge at this time, it could be used to prevent disease and possibly for enhancement purposes. So I want to turn now to the human dignity concerns and how we might evaluate these technologies or these uses of this technology. I want to begin by saying that I'm going to be presuming that the technology will have been shown to be safe for clinical use, a big assumption I understand. So I won't address that concern or even the question of how you would establish safety through clinical trials, all of which are big issues. I also am not going to focus on the use of IVG to treat infertility in opposite sex couples, because IVG in this context would be a lot like using IVF to restore normal species functioning. So let's turn to the first use of IVG to treat social infertility in same-sex couples, which, as I said earlier, is not like restoring normal species functioning because these individuals have never been able to reproduce genetically together. So in this context, IVG could be argued to support human dignity by helping these couples create genetically related families. You might argue it gives them a kind of equality with respect to genetic connection to their children vis-a-vis opposite sex couples. But I think more importantly, it eliminates the need for gamete donors. And in doing that, it avoids potential conflicts about the status and role of the donors in raising the children. And it avoids all of the difficult questions about donor identity, whether that should be disclosed, which is a very big issue in the United States. But there are some human dignity concerns in this context. One concern is that it might diminish the value of socially constructed families by indirectly privileging genetically constructed families, just as IVF, the pursuit of having genetically related children, privileges genetic connection. And this concern is enhanced by the argument that I just gave that IVG creates equality with respect to a genetic relation with one's children, suggesting that that's a really important trait. But I do think that context matters. We would certainly be worried if a functional parent's main connection with the resulting child was based primarily or only on genetic connection as opposed to social bonds. The reality is that social bonds usually play a very significant role in relationships between parents and child. Nevertheless, I think there is real need, if this technology will move forward, to have societal intervention to ensure that socially constructed families are supported and treated equally. I want to turn now to solo IVG, which is where one parent produces both egg and sperm. And there are a number of potential human dignity concerns here, although some of them depend on motivation. So what is the reason to use solo IVG? Would it be rooted in a kind of egoism and selfishness, an idea that only I can provide something of value to the future child? In that case, we might worry about the well-being for the child. Or is it based in a desire to preserve the integrity of the family without that potential interference or confusion that I mentioned earlier about the status of the donors, in which case we might be less concerned about the impact on the future child. But there are other issues. So unlike other forms of reproduction, there would be no true genetic parent, that is, a parent who shares exactly 50% of their genes with the resulting child. So IVG eliminates a relationship that defines many of us, which potentially has dignitary impacts. In addition, there would only be one parent who shares genes with the child. Now, of course, there are many children in the world who don't have a connection with an absent genetic parent, but in this case, there would be the non-existence of a genetic parent. It's not clear which would be worse. It also creates a very novel genetic relationship between the intended parent and the child. Note that all of the genes for the child would come from a single individual, from a single genome, but the child would not be a clone. It wouldn't be the exact same genes. There might be some that the parent has and some that the parent, two of that the parent has, or none that the parent has, but there would be no genes that the child would not have any genes that the parent didn't have. There would also be reshuffling of two genomes. That is often involved in genetic diversity, or that is always involved in reproduction for genetic diversity. And I think most significant, there would be a heightened risk of two copies of recessive mutations. So for example, if I were a carrier of a gene for cystic fibrosis, I would only have one copy and be unaffected. But if I did solo IVG, there is a good chance that I could have a child that would have two copies of the gene for cystic fibrosis and therefore be affected. So solo IVG is a lot like inbreeding on steroids. This means that solo IVG raises some very serious health risks and therefore strong dignity concerns by endangering the child just so somebody could reproduce in this sort of unique manner. Now, it's possible that you could test for the known traits, but we wouldn't know all of them. And so it's impossible to eliminate that risk altogether. I want to turn now to multiplex reproduction, where groups of 3 or more reproduce together. And here's the example I gave earlier of reproducing with 8 individuals. Let's explore the dignitary concerns here. This use of IVG is more like natural reproduction than solo IVG because it combines unique genomes. But the genetic relationship between the child and the many genetic parents would be different than we normally see with reproduction because it's compressing the generations. So it's eliminating the true genetic parents, those who share 50% of the genes with the child. Instead, the genetic connection with all of the intended parents would be less than 50%, unless you're talking about one individual in a throuple who would have 50%, and I'll let you figure out why that's the case. So just to show what I mean here, when 8 people are involved, as I mentioned earlier, the resulting child only shares 1/8 of their genes with the parents, but the true genetic parents with the 50% connection don't exist because of the compression of generations. Now, there are also important dignitary concerns regarding the legal relationship of the genetically connected individuals, raising questions about whether there should be a limit to the number of legal parents, and raising questions about how we should define legal parentage. Should it depend only on intent? Should there be a minimum amount of genetic connection? These are all difficult questions. And there are additional dignitary concerns. We might worry, particularly with very large groups of multiplex reproduction, that the large number of parents minimizes the relational connections, that it could lead to a kind of thinner parent-child relationship because there are just so many parents. And maybe there would be much greater conflict because there would be so many people involved debating what the roles should be or how the child should be raised. On the other hand, would the large numbers of parents enhance the child's well-being in essentially having a village to raise the child, particularly if there's a strong desire to parent together and a commitment to that goal? Again, intentions matter. We might worry that the greater the number of individuals, the more suspect the rationale for IVG is. Is the motivation of 32 people to reproduce together about building kind of an Uber race? If so, that would be a real threat to human dignity. On the other hand, is the group based on genuine joint commitment to raising a family together? Finally, this form of parenting might validate many forms of families that deviate from the traditional nuclear family, and that could then support the dignitary interests of all of these diverse kinds of families. And then I want to finally turn to perfecting reproduction. There are many goals associated with this. A primary one would be to eliminate disease from severe childhood diseases to lesser late onset diseases. But there also might be a desire to enhance non-medical traits or influence them. So would this be trying to enhance traits beyond what's normal for humans, or just helping a child be better than average? I've argued in other contexts that these desires aren't per se problematic. It depends on intentions and context. So one question is whether the use is motivated by the best interests of the child and the family, which would be more consistent with human dignity. Or is it rooted in a kind of prejudice about certain types of traits, which would be problematic? And does it commodify reproduction? Does the parent view the child as a product that they have to perfect as opposed to a gift, which would also be a threat to human dignity? And again, context matters. If only those with the means have the ability to use IVG for these sorts of purposes, it would reinforce inequities because those with the most advantage could confer traits to enhance their children's advantages, and then it creates this vicious cycle that threatens human dignity. And there's also, I think, a concern that routinization of this technology could shift views towards commodification, towards this idea of needing to perfect one's child. And then relatedly, will the ability to test for non-medical traits shift views about why we do any kind of prenatal testing in the first place, with a shift towards more selection for or against certain traits, which could lead to or reinforce discrimination against those with or without those traits? Again, another serious problem for human dignity. So in short, the use of IVG can be a threat to human dignity in some ways, but enhance human dignity in other ways. And so that means that establishing the importance of societal discussions and establishing appropriate legal and ethical frameworks is really important. So thank you very much. And I will unshare.
Thank you, Professor Sonia Suter. Thank you very much for that certainly insightful, and I think this topic which you brought up brings more questions than answers, at least from what I could see. And certainly some of the areas you highlighted there are important, not only for dignity, but I was looking at also, what about access? How many people are going to have, and you did bring that up, right, in terms of justice. And one of the things we'll be looking at, access, and particularly if you're going to look at it from enhancement. How many people are going to look at enhancement, which means those who have access can ultimately be enhanced and probably ultimately want to be superior to the rest. That could be a possibility, isn't it? And so it's indeed eye-opening, and I think a great area. So let's ask our colleagues here, any questions? And if so, please, yes, go ahead. Please announce where you're from, and we'll place it to Professor Sonia.
Professor Sonia, I would like to ask if there is some concerns and even legal limitations about choosing the embryos in case of cacogenetics or digenetics. For example, there's some kind of associations like deaf communities that stimulates the reproduction of deaf embryos only. And of course, if there is an embryo that have some deficiency or some kind of, well, not considered normally a safety or condition, if I can choose this embryo just because I like it, or the couple like it, or the couple just feel it's lovely.
So yeah, I think if I understood, I didn't quite catch the first part of the question, but I think what you're asking is, are there any legal limitations in the selection of embryos? Is that sort of, could that sum up your question?
Yeah.
Okay, and so that's already a question that exists today, even without thinking about doing IVG. We have pre-implantation genetic testing. People are already doing testing for various conditions. And this is where the world looks different depending on what country you're in. In the United States, we have no limitations right now on what embryos you can select. But there are many countries where there are limits. And so that could have a huge impact in the reach of IVG in other countries. England, for example, doesn't allow certain kinds of tests. Many countries only allow selection against the most serious diseases, but many countries would prohibit the kind of enhancement that I'm talking about. At this point in the United States, we do not do that. Ironically, we regulate reproduction when it comes to abortion, but very little when it comes to assisted reproductive technologies.
Yeah, thank you, Sonia. I'm told that we're going to have the questions at the end. So I'm going to ask you, Sonia, to wait, hold on, and we will come back to you with some of these questions on a very important and interesting topic that you brought up. So thank you very much, and we'll come back to you. And all of you will take the questions at the end. That's what I'm told by the organizers. Okay, our next speaker is going to be sorry? I could see Edward Doe from the Edinburgh University from Scotland in UK. Interestingly, I think you were to be in the previous session, I understand. Is that right? So we're going to have you in here now at the moment. So can we, over to you, Edward?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I was always supposed to speak at this time, but I might be confused for that. I apologize. And I'm actually now at Maynooth University in Ireland, so I'll go ahead and get the slide shared. So
sorry,
thank you very much
just a moment. Let me correct that. You said that you're not from Edinburgh, am I right? You're from Ireland. Is that, did I hear right?
Yes, I was based at the University of Edinburgh until the end of June, and as of the beginning of this month, I'm at Maynooth University in Ireland.
All right. Okay.
The institutional affiliation is on that slide there for you.
Thank you. So we get that corrected. Edward is from Maynooth University in Ireland, and of course, the topic is going to be confidentiality, privacy, and data protection in biomedicine, an international concept and issues. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and hopefully you can all see the slides well. So again, thank you very much for the warm invitation. Like Professor Suter, I'm delighted to be speaking with you all, and my apologies that I can't join you all in Brasilia for this conference. As the title indicates, I'm going to be taking a slightly different tack from Professor Suter's, focusing not so much on a specific medical or scientific issue as opposed to more ethical legal domain, and in particular one that we can call health privacy or health privacy law. And it might seem a bit odd to talk to you about a subset of an area of law, given that so many people claim that privacy is in fact a dead concept. But my aim here in the next few minutes is to make a case that that's far from being the case. We all know that there is a daunting amount of information about our lives that is hoovered up by machines, digital devices, and digital systems, and that's then assembled, stored, manipulated into various data sets, and used in ways by governments, companies, and researchers, and sometimes hackers that are often beyond our understanding, much less awareness. And we'll see in a moment that we often read every day in the media, on social media, newspapers about some form of a data breach or some other misuse of our health-related information that causes us a lot of concern. But I'd venture to say that privacy and the legal frameworks to protect it are far from being dead, and that in fact privacy is a state of affairs that flourishes. It's a social norm that endures, and it's a legal concept that deserves ongoing protection and promotion. But that's not to say that where we're going is necessarily one that we can claim as a positive step forward. So over the next few minutes, what I hope to do is explain why I think this idea or domain, emerging area of health privacy law matters. As part of that, I'm going to make the case that I think there's three core areas that we can subsume within this area called health privacy law, distinct legal regimes known as confidentiality, which many of you are well familiar with in your medical practice and a professional norm, privacy, and data protection, which I think also has been a recent area of interest, not just within Europe, but indeed around the world, including in Brazil, which has recently passed its own data protection statute. I then want to spend some brief time exploring with you what might be considered emerging and core issues within this area of health privacy law, and then finally offer some concluding thoughts. So let me first make the case as to why I think health privacy law matters. What you see on the right side of the slide here are just the various snapshots, primarily from The Guardian, which is a newspaper based in the UK, as well as stories from the British medical journal, the BMJ, a screenshot from RTE, the Irish broadcaster, and a screenshot from the European Union's proposed European health data space. All of these are illustrative and taken within the past year to indicate not just the growing complexity in terms of how health data is being used and collected and generated and then shared with various stakeholders internationally, and of course the growing value of those data, but also the concerns about power dynamics, and in particular power imbalances between, for example, very large companies, intrusion by state actors, and indeed those of us who provide our health data either as patients, research participants, or consumers. Coupled alongside that is, as we've already discussed throughout this conference, is growing areas of various forms of technology, be that neurotechnology, human embryology, organoids, in particular brain organoids, genomics and engineering biology, including, of course, CRISPR-Cas9 technology, as well as the growth of data platforms that provide that in an interoperable, seamless manner. And then, needless to say, the importance of artificial intelligence, including virtual technology assistants like ChatGPT that we can put in prompts about our symptoms and get responses back of varying quality, of course. So all of this is to say, this sort of relatively halcyonic or simple days of legal and ethical guidelines protecting only medical secrets through, for example, the Declaration of Geneva, or indeed your own medical ethics norms in your own country about confidentiality in terms of the information provided by the patient to you as doctor, have given way to a complex interplay of various legal and regulatory regimes, let's call it policy or soft law regimes, that govern the collection, use, and disclosure of all sorts of health information, be they from patients, research participants, consumers, or otherwise. And of course, as we know, particularly from the genomics context, but not exclusively to that area, information about our health doesn't just implicate ourselves as individuals, but it also implicates connected others, raising questions about group rights and interests and the extent to which legal regimes, particularly in the West, accommodate group or collective interests and rights. So I won't have the time to get into these various examples that I put on the right side of my screen, but many of you might be familiar, of course, with the Princess Kate scandal, where information about her treatment at the London clinic was leaked to the media. Many of you might be familiar with the proposed European health data space from the European Union to create a seamless sharing of electronic health records across the EU's member states, and also to enable individuals more access and control over their electronic health data, as well as other examples often concerning access to NHS and National Health Service patient records in the UK for non-health related purposes, including, for example, immigration enforcement. And then finally, at the very top of the page in the top right, your very standard health data breach, which we know happens in every jurisdiction on an unfortunately very regular basis. So what is health privacy law? If I made the case for why I think health privacy law matters, growing technology, growing amount and value of health data, and the importance of legal regimes that protect and promote the uses of our health data, what exactly does health privacy law encompass? Well, I'm going to make the case that there are three related but distinct regimes at play. And quite often we hear these terms used, but not often in ways that we necessarily understand or ways that speak to each other in a meaningful way. And so I think it's important that we do not conflate these terms, but recognize that they are sort of within a family resemblance of each other. Many of you, I suspect, are well familiar with the idea of confidentiality, this idea of medical secrets linked to these very ancient but enduring concepts of trust, honor, and good faith, the kinds of things that we expect healthcare professionals how we expect them to conduct themselves when they treat us, diagnose us, etc. And of course, that would extend to biomedical researchers as well. But this is often phrased, of course, as a duty of confidence that one owes to another, subject to the force of law, penalizing them if there is a wrongful disclosure. We recognize, of course, that confidentiality is not absolute. There are various grounds upon which information may be lawfully disclosed, including consent, as well as many of you are familiar, depending on the jurisdiction, this idea of public interest. Privacy is a notoriously difficult concept to unpack. And you can think about it as, for example, encompassing a right to be left alone, seclusion, exclusion, intimacy, and personhood. There is no overarching conception of privacy. I would venture to say there is a landscape of it with different features that we can try to chart. And I would say that in its informational dimension, we can think of privacy as a state of affairs whereby information relating to a person is kept inaccessible to some degree and in some dimension, wholly inaccessible, partially inaccessible, on terms that are largely or wholly and generally dictated by the person to whom that information relates, recognizing, of course, that for children and adults lacking capacity, that would change. But it's essentially seen as a continuum rather than a binary. Privacy exists or it does not. Those two concepts in turn may be contrasted with data protection, which, as I say, I suspect many of you are familiar with, given the recent growth of data protection laws around the world. And that's primarily statute-based. You're familiar with acts, regulations, legislation passed by governments that seek to design some form of technical architecture, technical legal architecture that protects the rights, freedoms, and interests of individuals, data subjects, whose personal data are collected, stored, processed, disseminated, or deleted. The primary aim of data protection law is twofold. It's often to facilitate the flow of personal data across organizations and countries, while somehow at the same time seeking to ensure fairness in the processing of that data, and to some extent fairness in the outcomes of such processing. How well those two objectives are achieved is subject to debate, and many would say, depending on where their values and norms are situated, there's an imbalance, too much in favor of inhibiting the sharing and collection of data, and others who would say it does not go far enough and there's too much of it to the detriment of the rights, interests, and values of individuals as patients and research participants. So if I were to just sort of put this as a schema, I would propose that health privacy law is an omnibus term that can encompass three primary regimes, as I say: privacy stricto sensu, so in the more specific sense of privacy, as I mentioned, which is of course a human right, a fundamental right; confidentiality and data protection. There are other areas of health privacy law that could extend to the protection and promotion of health-related information, including criminal law, contract law, and various torts or delicts. But those I would consider to be secondary to these three primary regimes. So in terms of emerging and core issues that I think come into play in 2024 within this domain of health privacy law, there are, of course, many, and these are just a snapshot that I've pulled out of a forthcoming book that I'll mention in a moment. One, I would say, is the unease about the path of development of health privacy law, and indeed privacy law more generally. There isn't some sort of upward trajectory without any sort of digression in our evolution as a society in terms of the developments in the path of the law. There is peaks and valleys, shall we say. We can look, for example, as I'm sure Professor Suter is well knows, being situated in the United States, the Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization decision from the US Supreme Court, that many would argue as a step back in terms of the decisional or spatial privacy interests of women in terms of bodily autonomy. And that, of course, is an aspect of one's health privacy. And we could say that is arguably a step backwards in the development of privacy law in the United States. Closer to where I'm situated and where I just moved from, the United Kingdom, the previous government, which is now out of power, had proposed amendments to the data protection regime known as the Data Protection and Digital Information Bill. That bill collapsed with the collapse of the government in the general election that was held earlier this month. But ultimately, what that bill sought to do was, following Brexit, the UK's withdrawal from the European Union, was to pivot in a very arguably different direction from the European Union. What many would argue was a much more pro-innovation, pro-development of life sciences, tech and pharmaceutical industries in the UK to try to bring, for example, more AI startups and clinical trials back to the UK shores where it's very expensive because of perceived regulatory red tape and otherwise. Many, however, argued that that bill was in fact quite dangerous in terms of this balance that I talked about between the rights of individuals as patients, consumers, and research participants versus large and startup companies that were wanting to have access and use of health data. So that perhaps might be a good thing that that data protection reform bill failed. But it does again indicate this unease about the path of development. There are others that I can highlight, including weak enforcement, often of data protection authorities for data breaches that, as I say, happen in every country on an unfortunately very frequent basis, sometimes by nefarious actors, government-backed hackers that, of course, access data and then hold it out for ransom, often through some form of Bitcoin, but other more mundane breaches that aren't necessarily from government, state-backed actors and hackers. There's also concern about the growth of data localization laws, or what you might say is the balkanization of data, where there's increasingly barriers being put up by states to try to preserve data being held in within one jurisdiction and not making it easy to share data across borders, which we know is incredibly valuable, not just in public health contexts, like for COVID-19 and data sharing there to develop vaccines and treatments, but for all sorts of initiatives in the medical and scientific domains. And data localization laws, I would say, aren't a positive step forward. There are other concerns about how laws should be developed. Should they be omnibus, like they are in the European Union, and cover all sorts of data processing on all sorts of areas, or should they be sector specific for health, technology, and otherwise? A second theme might be the enhanced voice of patients, participants, and publics. So we know, of course, as consumers, we have increasing apps on our phone to provide health data, to know how many steps we've taken in a day. Are we getting our steps in? Are we burning enough calories? Are we having a healthy diet? But we can, of course, also access now through our smartphone our medical records. We can make a GP appointment in some countries, or this is in the pipeline in many countries. That is probably, many of us would say, is a positive step in terms of efficiency and in terms of access to healthcare and healthcare services. Of course, there might be back-end concerns about the protection of the information we provide via these apps, and including who's having control and access to the information. But generally, we would say that's a good thing, as is probably more direct engagement with groups that have sought to rely on privacy in the pursuit of a range of political agendas. That's the nature of a liberal democracy, and that's the nature of having a pluralistic society where we have a range of views, from very pro-innovation to very zealous pro-privacy. That doesn't mean that that's necessarily easy, or again, that's always accomplished in a straightforward manner. So some, for example, have argued that data trusts might be one way forward, data trust being a sort of legal structure for independent stewardship of data sharing initiatives, or also just initiatives that try to reach out to publics to find out what they consider to be reasonable expectations in the use of their health data, and then crafting law and policy based on that engagement of them. That, of course, should not be mere tokenistic surveys, but thoroughly, truly engaged forms of reaching out to participants, to stakeholders, to publics, and finding out what their norms and values are, and trying to design things that could be seen as being reasonable within a range of accommodating a range of those views. Finally, I think another emerging and core issue within health privacy law is what might be considered a very precarious balancing of values and interests. This, of course, is classic within law, this trope of balance, and exists across legal domains. It's not unique to privacy or health privacy, but it's not always necessarily done very well. And we can look, for example, within EU data protection law, where many would say there is a structural imbalance of power between data controllers. So, for example, large companies, as well as us as data subjects who provide our data to these companies for a variety of services, including health-related services. And often, of course, it's done on the sort of through this prism of notice and control, or notice and consent, and this idea that we have consented to provide this information based on information that is provided to us by them. But quite often that's on a take it or leave it approach, and we can argue whether that consent is in fact valid, much less informed. But even if the basis for that is not consent, but something else, how much can we actually exert power? And I think there's a lot of open questions there. There's also open questions about, for example, new initiatives like the European Health Data Space, and whether the values and interests at stake there have appropriately balanced them with our interests as individual data subjects. And then, just as another example, public health programs. So in this forthcoming volume that I've edited, we have a really great contribution from those based at the National Institute for Communicable Diseases in South Africa, talking about an HIV surveillance program and trying to balance the interests, of course, of individuals who are seeking treatment for HIV, which we know is the highest rate of incidence in South Africa, against larger public health initiatives, which is to lower the overall rate of incidence of HIV in the country, and also to prevent further transmission and to ensure those that are HIV positive have access to life-saving treatments. And of course, that's a difficult balance to achieve. What's made it more difficult is the absence of sufficient regulatory guidance from the Information Commissioner in the country in the health sector. In the absence of robust guidance from information regulators, often the natural approach from those who work in public health is one of caution and conservatism. Better to not contravene the law than to act on the right side of the law. That might, though, then have serious health implications for those that are trying to avail themselves of HIV treatment, and in fact, can really throw that balance into jeopardy. So those are just a few examples that come to mind. So all of that is to say then, if I can turn to a conclusion, I think there needs to be more sustained intellectual reflection and discussion about this interrelationship of privacy, confidentiality, and data protection, primarily in biomedicine, given the panoply of laws and policies that are coming into play, not to mention the growth in all sorts of technologies that have an impact on our health-related information. I think much more nuanced professional guidance is needed from regulators. What do I mean by that? I mean medical regulators, so the medical councils within individual countries across the healthcare professions that speak about the appropriate and inappropriate uses of health-related information. I would like to see more global harmonization of law. I think there's been some progress to date. Just last year, for example, the Malabo Convention was signed for the African Union member states to try to harmonize data protection laws within the African Union. And of course, we see other examples of this, like the Council of Europe's Convention 108 for data protection. But I'd like to see this beyond data protection law alone, which is perhaps the easiest of the three to achieve, primarily because it is statute-based rather than, for example, based on case law or soft guidance. And then if I can just quote, for example, from Christopher Kuhner, the former editor-in-chief of International Data Privacy Law, it should never be forgotten that scholarship can play an important role in strengthening the position of data protection and privacy, which is constantly under threat from governments, companies, law enforcement agencies, and others. And just two final things to note. I've already mentioned there's a forthcoming volume on this published by Routledge that will be out in September for those of you that are interested. And then also very briefly, if I can comment on a project that I'm working on at this point in time, which is called the Changer Project, which is an EU-funded project that is in fact looking at research ethics reviews in the European Union and wider areas, and seeks to incorporate ethical judgments and capacity building in the project design and implementation for them, and really to support ethics committees to address new challenges posed by, for example, new technologies and new research practices. Among that, of course, is the growth of laws impacting confidentiality, privacy, and data protection, which we know raise a number of challenges for ethics committees, and in particular ethics committee members, many of whom are not legal experts, but nonetheless feel that it's within their terms of reference to review a project in line with those laws. So I'll leave it there. I hope I've not run too much into overtime, and I thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Edward. From Ireland, I correct that now, in Ireland, and certainly this was an important, very important aspect in looking at these three aspects: privacy, confidentiality, and data, and the interrelation between this, and what does it mean for all of us to get a better handle of this. So as the organizers wanted, we'll take the questions at the end of this session. So thank you very much for your contribution and your talk today. So we'll move on to our next speaker, Professor Shahid Shamin. And Professor Shahid Shamin comes from the Aga Khan University in Pakistan, I believe. So that is in Karachi. Am I right, Professor Shahid, your university is in Karachi, is that right? The Aga Khan University?
Yes, it is.
Yes, very good, very good. Look, I'm welcome to today's program, and we look forward to your presentation. Indeed, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in your conference. Let me just share my screen with you. Please.
Yeah, we can see your slide. You probably want to make it full screen by knocking the yes at the bottom there. That'll be good.
Is it okay?
Yes, now it's fully full screen, and go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Shahid Shamim. I'm from Khan University, Pakistan, and the topic that I've been talking about is ethical code of conduct for healthcare educators. This presentation, this paper is the result of a project of the International Collaborative Bioethics Education Research Group. We call it Iceberg, and this group includes myself, Professor Rui Nunes from Portugal, Professor Hassan Arbi from Turkey, Professor João Carlos from Brazil, and Olga Maria from Poland. And I'll be presenting on behalf of all my investigators and co-workers in this project. This is the overview of my presentation. So, as healthcare providers, we all come across codes of ethics, and we conduct our services, our professional activities according to the codes of ethics that we are given right at the time of our graduation, or probably before graduation, and then we stick to them throughout our lives. There are code of ethics for doctors, nurses, and other healthcare providers, dentists, paramedics, and everyone. And these codes tell them about their role as while safeguarding patients' best interests. Then there are codes for educators and teachers, not medical educators, but just generally educators. There are codes for them which inform about the students' needs as the teacher's primary area of focus. Then there are codes for researchers, and probably we are all aware of the code of ethics for researchers which safeguard patients' rights. But what about patients coming to teaching hospitals? When we train our students, when we are teaching our students in medical colleges, nursing schools, paramedical institutes, nobody talks about patients, the balance between treating the patients, because the patients are coming in there for their treatment. And especially if I talk about my country and other lower middle income countries like ours, most of the medical colleges have affiliate hospitals which are free for service, which are free for service hospitals for patients, and maybe they are state-run hospitals. And not only in lower middle income countries, but also in advanced developed countries like I worked in UK, and most of the hospitals which are affiliated with medical universities are NHS hospitals, where patients don't pay anything and they get free treatment. And the medical students, they learn on these patients. So this brought us to the need for ethical code for medical teachers, for medical educators, because these medical educators are not only educators, but also healthcare providers. So they have to maintain a delicate balance between their patients' best interest, along with making sure that the learners, the students are getting the best treatment and training to become professionals and serve their patients. Therefore, we found that there is a need for some guidelines that can guide the medical educators in how to create this balance between their different responsibilities as a patient carer, as a healthcare provider, as an educator in the same place. So that became the purpose of our paper, which presents the code of conduct for healthcare educators. And we consider this as the starting point for developing such codes in various contexts, because in different contexts, there are different issues, there are different scenarios. And I think ethics has to be contextual. It has to be from the heart of people who are working in a context, and especially cultural context. So the process, as I said earlier, it was a joint effort by the Iceberg International Collaborative Bioethics Education Research Group, which is not very old. It was established in 2023. Most of us in the group have not seen or met each other in person. We are connected through WhatsApp, through emails. We meet in conferences. Sometimes some of us see each other in conferences. We belong to different cultures, different contexts. We have different backgrounds. But one thing that brought us together was ethics, and especially this project of working on code for ethics, ethical codes for medical educators. So we developed the first draft. I developed the first draft, and I shared it with the rest of my colleagues, my group mates. And everybody was so excited to work on it, because all of them, each of them could actually bring their own experiences, bring their own thoughts from not just from now, but also from their training time and from their medical college times. And we had a wonderful discussion, iterative. We did to and fro. The draft went to and fro to each of us, and we all gave our inputs. And eventually, a code of ethics for healthcare educators was developed by this group. This code is structured around basically 3 fundamental values. Each of these values are associated with a set of responsibilities that healthcare educators must uphold for providing effective professional practice as healthcare providers. These values are commitment to students, commitment to patients, and commitment to the profession. Let's take them one by one. Commitment to students basically looks into the educator's responsibility as a teacher towards the students. And we took guidance from codes of ethics for educators, but in that, when we are not talking about educators who are also healthcare providers, the context is different. In healthcare provision, there is also an element of patient care and health, because these teachers are also healthcare providers. So the code also, this commitment to students also focuses on the importance of providing quality healthcare along with high quality education and training to the students so that they can become competent healthcare providers. It also creates a supportive learning environment, offering constructive feedback and fostering students' intellectual and professional growth. Now, again, when we are providing healthcare as a medical doctor and also teaching, it not only takes our time, but it also takes patients' time, and patients have to go through certain activities where students are learning, and patients are helping us in making that learning possible. The code also talks about encouraging educators to become mentors and role models, demonstrating ethical behavior and professional integrity while they are teaching, but the integrity and professional behavior with the patients also. And this is something that many of us coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, agreed that we have all seen doctors not giving the due respect or the due focus on patients' care when they indulge in teaching their students. I mean, both of them are such important professional activities that we as professional healthcare educators do, but the balance has to be there. The next part looks into the commitment to patients. Now, as much as it is important to educate our next generation of doctors, patient care should not get obstructed while doing that. Therefore, this portion focuses on the patient's involvement in the education process, the priorities of patient safety and well-being, ensuring that the educational activities do not cause them harm. And harm is not only physical harm, it can be emotional harm, it can be loss of their time, it can be loss of their finances. And when one patient is admitted in the hospital and getting a treatment, the whole family is actually going through that treatment process. It also talks about the balance between patient care and educational objectives and adhering to principles and institutional policies. So patients are as important as the students. And when we are wearing these two hats, it is important to keep this balance. The next thing which actually came up from our discussion was the commitment to the profession. Apart from the patient and the student, we also have a responsibility towards the profession, towards the community of doctors, towards the work that we are doing. So this area looks into the quality of healthcare education and practice in a broader community. How do people? There is a lot of talk and evidence on how communities are losing trust on hospitals, on doctors. Even in USA, we read about and we hear about this, problems like, the insurance companies are taking over the hospitals, and patients are not sure if the hospitals are actually working for their benefit or for the benefit of the insurance companies. And there are these kinds of things are going on everywhere in the world. This portion also talks about how important it is for the healthcare provider and educator to keep abreast of advancements in medical knowledge and educational methodologies by engaging in professional development and getting their new information through research and evidence. It also talks about maintaining the integrity and credibility of the healthcare profession, ensuring that it remains a trusted and respected field. And sometimes we are not aware of it, but while we are teaching our students and thinking about developing the next generation of medical professionals, we kind of overlook or oversee the patient's benefits. Or sometimes if we are too indulged in our patient's care, we may not be able to provide the learning that students require to become quality healthcare professional. So within these three domains, the commitment to students, commitment to patients, and commitment to the profession, the ethical code of conduct for healthcare educators is a one-page document. It has about 30 odd points that are spread into these three headings. It is still under publication. We have submitted it for publication. Therefore, I'm not sharing the whole document in this presentation. However, as soon as it is developed, it will be shared with all the world, I guess. What this document does, it reflects our authors' experiences from different cultural backgrounds and contexts. And this diversity has actually given so much richness to this document that when it was completed and when we saw it, each of us were thinking that this was not possible without this diverse group coming together and working on it. It shares a common aspiration to enhance the quality of healthcare education and service. It ensures that educators can deliver high quality training to future professionals by safeguarding the well-being of their patients. And it comes from the concept of, not from the right-based concept, but from the responsibility-based concept of providing healthcare and providing education. And rather than somebody else asking me what are my rights, I should be aware of what are my responsibility towards different groups of people who are depending on me, whether it is patient, whether it is students, or whether it is the community that I'm serving. Last but not the least, this document can also be used as a benchmark for evaluating educators' conduct healthcare educators' conduct in upholding educational quality and ethical professional services provided to the patients. At the moment, there is no such benchmark available. We have benchmarks for looking at the conduct, ethical conduct of a healthcare provider. We have benchmarks separately looking at the ethical conduct of teachers, but there is no benchmark which can look into both of them together as a healthcare professional educator. So in the end, I would conclude that the respect and confidence placed in healthcare educators by students, patients, families, the community, demand the highest possible degree of ethical conduct, not separately, but together as one goal, as one purpose. Therefore, this paper attempts to initiate this discourse on developing and implementing ethical standards specific to healthcare educators. And as I said earlier, this is a starting point, and we hope that building upon this work, educators in different parts of the world can develop the codes further on their own context and maybe improve on it, improve on the code that we have developed. The last thing that this code brings, and we acknowledge it as in our work, is it has proven that people from different contexts, different cultures can work together for a common goal, irrespective of what their backgrounds are, what their beliefs are, what their upbringing is, and where are they physically present in the geographical world. We work together and we have come down with this, which we are very proud of. I would like to thank and acknowledge all my co-workers in this project, and thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share our work.
Thank you, Professor Shahid Shamin. A very important area, and I think this is certainly something that we think is important. I head the Department of Education, but we have a global network for medical health professions and bioethics education, chaired by the President of the World Federation of Medical Education. And I believe Professor Rizwan Taj from your Pakistan is on that, is part of that group. And maybe this should be taken up with a group like that, that brings in not only medical, but all the health professions and bring this important aspect of healthcare educators, right? So thank you very much for that, very useful and important. And we'll take some questions at the end of this program. Yep. Oh, it's over. Oh, very good. I'm just told that this will be, we could now go to the three speakers and from the three different parts of the world. We'll take questions now. We have, as you've all heard, we have Professor Sonia, Professor Edward, and of course Shaheen, Professor Shaheen. So over to you for your questions. Yes, Monica, Professor Monica, do you want a mic or so?
Thank you so much. Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank each and one of you for the insightful presentations. Now I'd like to address some questions, two questions, one for Professor Sonia Suter and one for Professor Edward Dove. They're really different topics, but still. If I understood correctly, there is no federal regulation for the topic you addressed, Sonia, in this conference. How do you see the future of this regulation in the United States, and maybe as the guidelines for, since in the United States this technology is very much more advanced than in other parts of the globe, how would you see the major principles to address in this regulation in the United States? And
yeah, that's...
Okay.
Yeah, let's,
maybe I can...
Yeah, let's answer that, and
okay,
then we'll go to the next
and I'll
one.
make... Okay, thank you so much.
So I think that's a really important question. I shouldn't say that there is absolutely no regulation for some of this. So we do have funding restrictions for certain kinds of research and manipulation of human embryos. We also have essentially a prohibition on gene editing. But in terms of the ability to sort of do the testing, you're right, there isn't federal legislation. And what I would suggest in the future, it really depends sort of what our Supreme Court looks like ultimately. But as Professor Dove pointed out, we had a recent decision 2 years ago deciding that there was no constitutional right to abortion. And I think that ruling easily proves that there's no constitutional right to make these kinds of reproductive decisions. And so what that means is that the states would be free to restrict in whatever way they want. We've been having a lot of debates recently about the legal status of an embryo, and I think that's also relevant here. Is it a person? Is it property? What control do people have? Again, I think the Dobbs decision allows states to deem the embryo a person, which would limit greatly what people could do. And so I think we're at a very interesting moment where, as I mentioned earlier, we're restricting abortion and have done for some time, but of course more heavily now after the Dobbs decision. But we have been sort of loath to regulate in the IVF world and the assisted reproductive technology world. And I think that has to do with sort of politics, who has power, who has sort of influence. But I think there's a sort of shift now where some of the sort of religious groups that are opposed to abortion are recognizing that there's a moral inconsistency in being opposed to abortion, but allowing certain treatments of embryos. And so now we've seen groups like the Southern Baptist Convention stating that they think that embryos should be treated like a fetus, and therefore the IVF should be severely restricted. So I think what we're going to see is a lot of movement here, and I think we may start to see some attempts to legislate at the state level, although I think the politics don't help. So in many ways, I think this is more a question of politics than it is of any kind of constitutional interests. And just at some point, I would love to raise a question, but I know you had another one for Professor Duff, but I had a question for him as well, whenever I get a chance. So I'm putting myself in the queue.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes, Professor. Professor Monica, you might disclose your affiliation.
Thank you so much, Sonia, Professor Sonia. Now a different topic, but one I'm really passionate about, which is data protection. So I'm thrilled to have Professor Edward Dove here with us today. I'd like your opinion on how to articulate the issues regarding the European health data space and the GDPR, specifically the right to be forgotten. How do we combine the erasure rights from the data subjects with this regulation regarding the European health data state? I'd like your opinion on that issue. Thank you so much.
Is that for Edward, Professor Edward, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Monica, for that question. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of areas that are of concern with the European health data space. And for those of you that aren't familiar with this, I recognize that many of you might not be from the European Union, and this is a very European Union specific proposal. Essentially, just to put this in context first, the European Union has launched what it calls a European strategy for data. And this in and of itself is not particularly unique. Most countries recognize the value of health data. And more importantly, with aging populations, growing comorbidities, governments under budget constraint, so on and so forth, they recognize more things need to be done in terms of systems and processes for health data. So as part of this European strategy for data, one of the pillars of that is this proposal for a health data space, one of several data spaces the European Union has proposed through a regulation first proposed by the European Commission in May 2022, and is currently undergoing what's called trilogue negotiations, the European Union term of art, between the European Parliament and the Council. So they're currently negotiating over the text of that legislative provision to create the European health data space. And essentially, there's two components of this data space. One is to enable individuals to what it calls take control of their health data and facilitate exchange of that data across the EU. So essentially a kind of right of portability of one's health data for primary uses, and that's called My Data at EU. And then arguably even more interestingly, is for a new system to reuse health data for research, innovation, policymaking, and regulatory activities. So secondary use of data, which we all know is incredibly valuable, and also means that it doesn't involve more ab initio primary collections of data from various individuals. And that component has got a different name called Health Data at EU. This all falls within, as Monica mentioned, other legislation already in place, including the Data Governance Act, which came into effect in the last year, what's going to be coming into effect called the Data Act, not to be confused with the Data Governance Act, and also the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, which contains a number of data subject rights, including this notion of a right to be forgotten. Monica, to answer your question more directly, I think there are a number of concerns, not just in terms of the right to be forgotten, in terms of how the current drafting of the legislation creating the European health data space links up with data protection law. And you, I'm sure, are familiar with the joint opinion letter from the European Data Protection Board, as well as the European Data Protection Supervisor, that raise a number of concerns about interaction between different legal instruments, including the GDPR and this European Health Data Space Regulation, as well as the ways in which it interacts with data subject rights to ensure that those rights aren't somehow interfered with, because of course you cannot propose legislation that somehow takes away from other rights that exist for data subjects, including the panoply of data subject rights, including the right to be forgotten. So I have hope and a general positive view in terms of what the EU is proposing to do by creating a data space involving health. But I also think that there need to be a number of further negotiations and reforms to the proposed legislation before it's workable, and most importantly, before it actually gives full effect and valorization of the right to be forgotten.
Very good, thank you. Is there any other questions we have? Oh yes, Professor Sonia, over to you.
Thank you. So I really enjoyed both of the talks. I had a question for you, Edward, about the point you made with the issues of data balkanization. I completely understand the concerns about that, but I wondered how you thought we might address that issue that we're facing in the United States, again, because of the Dobbs decision, where we criminalize abortion in some states and not others. And so people are now traveling to states where abortion is legal. And so there are efforts to try to say the information cannot be shared across jurisdictions. And so we have what are called data shield laws, or just generally shield laws to try to protect against attempts to prosecute providers in one state where abortion is legal for providing abortion to residents of states where it's illegal. And you know, there's some question about whether that really can fully be done. But recently, the federal government, the Department of Health and Human Services, issued a sort of revision to HIPAA that created a carve-out protection and said that data HIPAA had some permissible sharing of information without consent in cases of public health or public safety. But recently it said that such information cannot be shared for purposes of investigation. So it limits it in that way. But how do you think we resolve that tension between there may be value in sharing information for health purposes, but there are risks of potential prosecutions? And so, maybe you weren't imagining sort of the risk of criminal convictions, but when we're talking about particular kind of care that has been criminalized, how would you sort through that tension?
Oh, that's a great question. It's $1 million question. Thank you very much, Sonia, for asking that. Yeah, well, first I should say, I mean, I've read the Dobbs decision and I have some familiarity with HIPAA, but I'm certainly no U.S. privacy law expert. But the U.S. being a federal country is an interesting case study in some ways of sharing even within one jurisdiction, or in this case, 50 jurisdictions. And I suppose the ways in which balkanization can be both a sword and a shield. And so in this case, there can be, in fact, depending on one's value system, let's use the norm, good in using balkanization in terms of a shield to prevent various agencies, state agencies, including law enforcement agencies, from accessing one's data for some form of criminal case or prosecution. Conversely, it can be used as a sword, as a force for good as well, if we describe it as such, to enable sharing of health information for the treatment of the pregnant woman and others. I mean, I don't have an easy solution to this other than to say, you know, I would like it to be sort of clearly defined expectations in terms of the purposes to which information that is collected can be used, and that's based on the fully informed consent and understanding of that pregnant woman who wishes to avail of various health services, abortion related or otherwise. But I recognize that even if you have that clear expectation and they're in accordance with the norms of that individual patient, as well as indeed perhaps those residing in the state, that might not be sufficient to prevent some form of prosecution or still sharing with various agencies. You know, yeah, I don't have an easy answer to this, other than to say sometimes, you know, when you have divergence, despite me asking for harmonization of law and pushing against balkanization of law or data localization, the benefit of a federal system like Brazil, like the United States, is that you can have regulatory innovation in states. You know, states that can try out something as a sort of pilot, and then other states might copy it. And that can certainly be the case within abortion-related legislation or otherwise, or indeed create sort of safe zones for women to then access those services. And as I understand it, statistically, abortions have actually increased in the US post-Dobbs, which is very interesting. But so has probably the specter of prosecution and indeed interference with the reproductive choices, autonomy, interests, and generally well-being and lives of women across the United States. But I don't know if that answers your question, but it certainly has made me think about ways that we can actually try to work around that nefarious sharing or geo-tracking and geo-related information and various sorts of services that women get in touch with as a means to then trace them and then to potentially prosecute them. So it's a really interesting question. I wish I had a better answer to it.
Well, I appreciate your answer. It's not it's a tough question. So people are struggling with this. So I was just curious about your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually had a question for Dr. Shamim as well, if there's time.
Yeah, go ahead, Edward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Shamim, I was just curious listening to your excellent presentation on this code of ethics for healthcare educators. Given your long-standing experience in educating healthcare professionals, students in medical schools, have you noticed a change over time in terms of a pedagogical approach that's most facilitative for learning and teaching over your years? Do you find there's different ways to, in fact, inculcate ethical norms and values that work better in 2024 than, say, in 2004 or 1994?
Well, thank you, Edward, for the question. I think there is definitely, well, your question has two parts, actually. One is the pedagogies and how they have evolved over the last, say, 25, 30 years since I was a medical student and now I'm on the other side. And are there any changes or betterment in the ethical values? I think one has improved. The pedagogies have definitely developed. They have evolved throughout the world. And in early 70s, when medical education was born as a discipline, and people started doing research on educational pedagogies and in medical education and healthcare institutes. So it has definitely done wonders throughout the world globally. Pedagogies have definitely changed. We have, from dogmatic information giving lectures to we have come to critical thinking and developing critical thinkers. My professors used to say, we used to talk about their experience as, in my experience, this is how it is done. Now we don't talk about my experience. We talk about, experience of thousands of people from different parts of the world because of internet and everything. About the values and ethical conduct, I think that has deteriorated globally. If you take up any journal on articles on bioethics from any country in the world, you see these things and I think the reason for this is, and we when I say I think it's coming from my experience of working in Pakistan, the Middle East, UK, Australia, Kenya, and China. So from that experience, I would say, I think 25, 30 years ago, people who wanted to become doctors were truly, you would ask somebody, why do you want to become a doctor? And the straightforward answer was because I want to work for the humanity. I want to improve people's lives and stuff like that. Today, you go to any medical school and ask people, why do you want to become doctors? And they would talk about because they are driving BMWs and Mercedes, and that's why I want to become a doctor. So definitely the values have changed. We have become more commercial. The overall thinking of people is more, has become more commercial. And whenever something becomes commercialized, the ethical values definitely get dislodged, and there are new standards coming up. Even in our homes, and I'm sure we can all relate to this. The way children behave with their parents have changed in the last 3 decades, and the values in normal lives have changed. So I think the values have, and therefore we need more of ethics education because to safeguard patients' interests. Because probably 30 years ago, only ethical people are coming into this profession, but now everybody is coming for different reasons. Therefore, I think it's more of a reason to teach ethics and develop these codes of ethics. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Shine, what you said, there's some relevance. You've been aware of traumatic de-idealization. This is now in the developed and the developing world, where the empathy, compassion scale at the beginning of joining medicine somehow seems to have dropped when they get their ticket and go out ready to practice. There is a significant statistical and clinical drop in the empathy scale. And this is, of course, a challenge to medical educators, or at least in medical education, trying to maintain the ethics, the empathy, compassion, which is itself the ethics of caring. It comes under the ethics of caring because they come with this, with idealized to be high with empathy and compassion, and somehow in the process of our training them, with whatever way, there are a number of studies looking at it, they go out well qualified, but with a lack of what they came in. And this is considered the ethics of caring, how we should be teaching them without losing the empathy and compassion. So I think that's a good note to end this session. And I want to thank all of you all of us join together to thank our speakers from United States, from Ireland and Pakistan here joining us in beautiful Brazil, Brasilia in Brazil. So thank you all very much, and thank our audience too for this listening and taking part and interacting in this wonderful session. Thank you very much. And okay. And I think now we'll break for lunch. Is that right? Yes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you to our speakers for their insightful presentations. We will now have a lunch break. We will return to our activities at 2 p.m. with the parallel sessions. Please refer to your program for details on the sessions you are interested in attending. For those participating in the working lunch, please proceed to the rooftop. You may also take this opportunity to view the posters and to enjoy the art exhibition by Isabel Saraiva. The exhibition is located in the outdoor area, so feel free to step outside and immerse yourself in the beautiful artwork. Enjoy your break.